Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Definitely want to work on this one right here, but I also have some other figs here. These are from Kurzlook. Might also be working on these too. Let's see, here's a couple of other ones, and then there was this hilarious one of a kid with a slingshot there. Yeah, Armored Wolf, it's pretty interesting, right? It occurred to me today that all the ones that seem to be the loudest are the ones that, yeah, they don't make their living doing this, do they? Now, what we are going to do is get some paint on this one right here. I got the usual paint out there. Where's the, oh yeah, here's the ornaments from last night. There's only a few parts of these. It's not completely dry. Well, the pearline black, huge surprise. And I think everything else here is pretty much just regular alkyds, so mostly dry. Yeah, that's not like you would go into another program and yeah, that's actually I like that Landrast. I like that. I like that one. I like that one a bunch. Let's do something like this here. So great to see you there, Landrast. Yeah, we'll use this. We'll just start chucking some stuffs on here, and then we'll do the glazy stuff and whatevers. Hey there, Valfira. Sorry that's a little bit later. I was almost thinking I could get about 11:15-ish or so. So Valfira, it looks like I think it's 2 Central Time tomorrow for Army Navy. Unless that time was in Eastern, in which case, well, it's it's more like 1 for UMM. I think it's more like 2 o'clock. I don't think it's and of course, well, let's see. We'll see if we can find some way to, see all the pregame stuff there, right? M Toys, how you doing? Thanks, M Toys. And hey, Crazy Wolf, nice to see you, boy. It's been a little while. I hope everything is going well. So okay, so it is 2 Central, right, Vilfred? I mean, that's usually when it is. So MTOIs, I hope that you're doing good. Are you over at Costa Landrast? And maybe MTOIs later on. If you want to, let people know what kind of events are going on at the GK there in Santa Clara, go ahead and do that. So great to see you there, MTLEs. I'm just going to do all the dry brushy stuff here. And then we'll do the usual glazy stuff on top of that. What's interesting is, let's see, well, the Eldritch Foundry folks, they said they're working on the basing bits, and then I said, well, geez, have you guys ever thought about doing casualties? Because all they would have to do is just create just a couple of real generic poses. Okay, laying down, face down, another guy kind of like sitting, like they're up against a wall or something like that. I mean, maybe 3 or 4 tops. Basic poses. They have the skeletons. And you could literally, have skeleton form casualties of any whatever, dwarves, orcs, whatever. And I guess it never occurred to them. So at Casa Landres, it's great to see you there, MTOIs. And again, if you wanted to share any of the stuff that you're doing, MTOIs, of course, there's some folks in here if you wanted to share that now. So here we go. Look at, I mean, that immediately makes such a difference. So yeah, I mean, Armored Wolf. I'll try to get you like the most biggest complicated stuff because that's really, I mean, you want to use it to what would you say the maximum effectiveness, right? Not replicate something you could potentially print on the other stuff. And let's do this. We're going to try and get a few different colors, maybe some reds or browns or something like that. Not really too much, maybe some blues. Nothing too wild. I don't think they would really have super bright colors of fabric. I mean, unless they have lots of dyes there in Edoras or something like that. Yeah, let's keep going with this. Ooh, doesn't matter. We're going to be glazing over it. So, yeah, and you can see a quick difference there. No probs, no probs there, I'm always. Let's see now. Oh, geez. Again, I want to try to see if I can make us one of these for next Monday. That's gonna be interesting because all of a sudden now Sunday is well, I'm gonna be losing a whole bunch of Sundays, so that it's gonna make it interesting. I just gotta hope that the one image generation goes well enough that we can get the two pieces of that ship that we need. Oh boy, MTO is that's got to be fantastic. I guess what were was it mostly terrain that you wanted to print on that, or were you going to try and print either carrying cases, display cases, lots of fun things that you can print out on those, right, Valfera? Where's that little kid? At least try to get some of this on him too. Well, but my sister wanted me to go over there, which means, of course, after a no sleep night tonight and a no sleep night, well, then Saturday into Sunday is definitely a no sleep kind of thing because, well, we got to walk over there. And it's kind of like walking over to the post office, which we did that yomp on Monday. So we get two yomps in 1 week. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew, how you doing? So Crazy Wolf, actually speaking of printing, his hopefully your printer has been kind of doing the stuff that you want it to do. Well, that's good. Now we're gonna try and do the whole Etsy thing there, MTOWs, or just kind of avoid that and just kind of try to do it more, maybe more local or something like that, instead of having to fool around with the Etsy and all that. Actually, Landrest, I I sent a message to the guy that he made a Helm's Deep. He made basically the wall of Minas Tirith, but then he also made the Black Gate. So I did send him a message saying, okay, what do you want for those files? Because the one that was free, the one that's 10 millimeter in scale, it actually is pretty decent. The only problem is if I try to scale it up, I would have to be chopping up those pieces like into 5 pieces each, and that would take about 10 years. So I'm not doing that. Okay, that's a whole lot easier then. That's a lot easier. So that's good. And again, well, MTOWs, once that gets going and all that other stuff, and you're here and you want to post any links in the chat, of course, please go ahead. Want to give you a hand with all that stuff. Okay, now we can get this stuff out of here. And we can start again doing some glaze thing. That's why I wanted to work on more than one, because at least that way. And again, the pictures of this now on the Instagrams. We did this one. Was this last Saturday, I think? Last Friday or Saturday we did that one. Okay, well, actually, I had the little references down over in the corners there. Let me try to break up this brush a little bit more. There we go. Then I did have the, well, I guess maybe I didn't have it as cleaned out as the thought. There's some more residue in there. Oh, pearly and black. That's what's missing. I knew I was missing something. There you are. So let's get this out there now. So again, like I was saying, you can't. When I tried to do the generation with both things on the same image, it was a disaster. So what you got to do is you have to just do this one separate, and you do this one separate. Remember what I was saying with the horse there, Velfira? It just did not work because there was really no way to separate the rider from the horse. I could do it, except if the rider didn't have a saddle, you could tell that the cloth was not going to work. And then the other thing is the horse would still have a saddle on it, and then the rider would also have a saddle. So that was wasn't going to work either because, well, saddle on top of saddle, that's not really what we were looking for. So I think that's just unless, and I specifically said, only one has the saddle on it, not both. Now maybe something without a cloak or whatever would be an easier thing to try and do, say for horseback or something. We'll get you your autocorrect monster in a second there, Valfira. Oh, geez, we gotta get more of that green going in there, too. And then, yeah, there's a little, it's got the kind of the sort of gold trim here. Let me just get this going so that has a chance to set for a bit. And again, let's see if we start doing this. You can see it is starting to mix together there. And now again, with this right here, I'm not going to even try to use the orthographics for the autocorrect monster here that I spent all that time making because, well, it doesn't really like those. So I basically would have to spend, and it doesn't like multi-views. All the things, again, that I was told for, because of course it's a real easy platform to use, right, Landras? It's all free and you just press the button and it all happens automatically. Gee whiz. What are we talking about here? But yeah, it would be at least 30 credits to hopefully get one image of them. And yeah, that might take a few iterations because doing it in GPT, yeah, I was, after having total success creating all of the startup images for these guys, today I couldn't do anything. All I was trying to do was Gollum. And it's like, whoa, it's rejecting that because it has the name Gollum in it. So the other 25 characters I did with their names was not a problem. Was not a problem. All of a sudden, now it's a problem. So Valfira, let's just say that I was very tempted to, shall we say, use some spicy language there in a response. Okay, there's McGreen. McGreen there. Okay, let's get some of this. Come on. And some of the... We're just using the Umbar right here. Don't have the S-Fultum out there. Maybe I try to grab some... Oh, that's actually the cloak up there. Oh, well. No big deal. I mean, we're just doing a little bit of glazy stuff here. No big deal. Oh, how about some of the Van Dyke Brown? Like so. And let's do some of this on the boots. I mean, we could do some weathering powders too on this to kind of get the dusty, muddy feel, whatever. And again, if you remember, I kind of learned finally how it is you get these things so that they're not like literally 10 feet tall. Because that's how it's churning them out. It's making these massive pieces there. So yeah, yeah, Vilfred, that was I was like, what in the world is going on? And then I said, so okay, I'm doing the exact same thing that I did all these other times. It's well, you did this. I'm like, exactly, yeah, that's exactly what I did, and it worked great. And now you're saying that I did it a whole different way. It's like, nope, yeah. So again, it's going to take over everything, right, Valfira? The thing couldn't even get out of a parking lot. Let's do... Is that here? Yeah, okay. And now here... Yeah, ooh, okay, we got two different kinds of metals there. Oh, I can do that. That's, so we'll go like this on a horse. go like that on the horse, and then over here on this part too. Yeah, on this part too. All right. Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll go with the more metal-ish type colors on the shield boss. Is it the end? Yeah, the whole boss. We'll get that, and then I run at the edge on the outside. I like that idea too. Again, so I'm toys. If there's anything you want to share, please go ahead. Where's is that Oh, I never did get any kind of Payne's Gray out there. Well, fine. Where the heck is that hiding? That ain't it. Not it either. There you are. It's like, wait a minute. That looks an awful lot like Mars Black. I mean, nothing wrong with Mars Black until you're not wanting that. You're wanting something else. So we'll get rid of that. Out you go. We grab this now. And now we'll do this. Like you do. And now let's, what the heck, we'll just throw the Toro Rosa on there. And even a little bit of the lighter. Not so much of a glazy thing, just doing something like that. Keeping it simple. No, oh, wait, the base. Let me see. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any NFL games tomorrow. I think it's actually the next weekend where it's crazy. There's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There's just games all over the place, Valfira. It's gonna be complete madness because you got the opening round of the playoffs. I think. I wonder if it might be the Friday night game, right? It's James Madison versus Oregon, right, Valfira? Hey there, Camden. How you doing? Let's do this here. So I was not able to get any more of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears going. Alright, we gotta set you over to the side now. Let me do this here. As we welcome in Jam's Perfect Imperfections. How you doing? They dare to enter our domain. Look at that. They are very, very brave. They are very brave. They must be hobbits with elven cloaks that are entering our domain. So great to see you again there, Jams. Thanks, Camda. Camda's got a nice little watch streak going. So we were painting up a whole bunch of figures here. We were just getting underway. We're doing kind of a... Oh, here, we got to get to see this sort of. So we kind of just started out with the dark brown primer like this, right, Grey Wolf. Then we did a little bit of dry brush with some lighter stuff. And now we're starting to do some of those glazing. You can see they're already starting to set just a little bit. You can see they're a little bit less shiny. So how you doing there, Grey Wolf? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So Grey Wolf, I'm glad that got there all okay. At first I was like, wait a minute, I thought that address was supposed to be Kentucky. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Grey Wolf. And of course, Jams, if you wanna share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Let's see now. Where'd you go? There you are. So last night on the stream, we painted up. Oh, let's zoom this out. I forgot we're zoomed in for miniatures here. Changed the camera just a little bit from last night. So we did these last night. Same oil paints that we are using on our miniatures here. So we just had some fun because it's Christmas time, and that means we got to get down to painting ourselves some ornaments there. Thanks, James. Appreciate that. And again, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead and do that. Thank you so much, staff. Appreciate that. Oh my God, all of our Gandalfs are still, they're still downstairs. So we have our substitute with it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean substitute? He's talking about he wants Gandalf. He's like, that Oh, come on. He's just like hopped up on Hypeweed and he's got that crazy buddy of his, right? Yeah, that Radagast, dude. I mean, come on, check this out, man. Look at that. That's like a genuine rock right there. Look at that. I can do all kinds of stuff with this. It's like, you know that Sauron's like listening to you right now. He's like, well, what? Well, even though Gandalf is not here, we're still going to do a roll on the Gandalf 6 for Steph. Thank you so much, Steph. Appreciate. Oh, look at that. Well, last night it didn't go so well. Uh, Saruman rolled a 1, but here it's a 4 for Steph. Thank you so much for that follow. And actually, well, here, speaking of, well, actually, technically, we do have a Gandalf here. We also have a Radagast, so we do have our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Hey there, Horns fan. How you doing? Let's. Well, speaking of our, oh yeah, there's a look at it. There's a Grima Wormtongue right there. Speaking of Radagast, there he is. Look at that. He's even got little Sebastian right there, and now there's Eomer. Oh look at there's Boromir. That's Gummy Boromir. Now of course that would be our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, like Gollum there. So how you doing, Horns fan? Great to see you. And let me see if I have it. Oh, that's right. Now, Horns fan, I think you saw our Eldritch Foundry miniatures, right? And this was reprising an Eowyn figure from a long time ago. That's the old, what, 2002, 2003 figure. And then this one kind of like again a newer version of it there. So Horns fan, great to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Now what we're looking to do here is a little bit more of our lighter green. And again, you can see the references down in the corners there. James, if you wanted to share anything before you have to take off, I know you gotta get to doing all that post stream stuff. But if you want to share anything, please go ahead. And actually, Grey Wolf, if you wanted to share any of your journeys in Middle Earth stuff, please go ahead and do that. So, oh, and thanks again, Horns fan. Appreciate the sub. I think, well, let's see, we're at like a partially up to a level 1 hype train there. Now we got the old chromium oxide green here, and look at that. See how it's already starting to blend there, nice and easy. So appreciate that, Horns fan. Thanks so much. Let me do some more of this here. And some more here. And let's do this over here. Like so. And then we'll do the same thing. Same thing for the cloak. No problem there, Jams. No problem. Again, everybody please give Jams Perfect Imperfections a follow. I hope that the stream was a blast. I'm sure that it was. I'm sure everybody had a lot of fun. You know, I'm going to go to this maybe. Now, Horns fan, if you had any kind of chance to really do any sort of painting at all, there is just a schedule been a little bit too busy. And again, sorry that the streams have been starting so late. That is not exactly what I was hoping for. Who knows? Maybe maybe further in January or February or something like that. Maybe we can at least get maybe one day of the week where it's not super ultra late. Now we're gonna try to change some of our color thing, just like here, right on this ornament. You can see there's warmer greens and cooler green. Those are darn near turquoise right there, and those are much warmer. We did the same deal right on our one of our flats here. And again, you got the cooler greens, and then you got the warmer greens there. Well, oh geez, yeah, Horns fan, that kind of throws a bit of a monkey wrench, so to speak, into things, doesn't it? I'm just hoping that you can get that back up and rolling again real soon. Speaking of, oh, so where's our Eowyn flat? Ah, there we go. So there's our Eowyn flats right there that painted a few weeks ago on a flat through. Oh, and here's some of our other ornaments. That's right. At least I remember to keep these off of the tree there. It was a very Corsair Christmas. They're bringing joy to all the little kitties in Umbar. Maybe a little less joy for people elsewhere. But, that's what you call Black Friday shopping right there by the Corsairs. Got to get that done. Now, I wonder, I think I can still, yep, I can still sort of utilize that here. That is good. That is handy. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, like you say, there's always some kind of weird thing like that, right? You're like, oh, I'm all set, ready to. Oop, no, I'm not. That sort of thing. Now, Camd, of course, if you want to share any stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So Velfira, let's see. I don't really I'm trying to think. I think each team still is playing a bowl game after this, right? Army, yeah, this is still well, I think it's still considered a regular season game, right? Because I think actually Air Force, I forget who Air Force is playing. I think they're playing in the Armed Services Bowl, right? Right, Velfira? So, yeah, Horns fan, it's the big game. And of course, I'm sure you're ready for the powerhouse that is James Madison, right, Horns fan, to take the playoffs by storm. Did I not predict here weeks ago? Well, actually, I predicted there would be no ACC teams, but I mean, I thought for sure that Duke would have that automatic bid because, I mean, that whatever team wins the ACC is supposed to have an automatic bid, right? It is a P4 conference, or am I just losing my mind on that? I could be. I mean, hey, whatever. Nah, so Horns fan, they were showing highlights of I think it was the 2017 Snow Globe game. Now, again, the weather there is nothing like the weather here. Now, I think the weather here is supposed to be in the teens or something like that. I forget what bowl game that they have a New Year's Day bowl game, right, Valfera? At least I think so for Vandy. Again, I'm just kind of going with some of our lighter greens here. You can see it's happening quick, right? Remember, we have other figs that we're also working on there too. Nice to see you there, Valdi. Is it? Yep, now it's a happy Saturday here officially. It is officially a happy Saturday here. So great to see everybody. Let that go. Let's do some more of this here. Let's do some more of that over here. Also over here. Alright, some more. That's more like it. Maybe a little smidge later, but I'm gonna go with this. Not so much the Mars Yellow D. Let's go with the Naples Yellow here and see what happens with that. Hey there, Silver Tongue. How you doing? So Silver Tongue, well, we're trying to figure out what is the best. Well, actually, we don't have to try. Not Cruel Seas. Victory at Sea is what we use for our 1/1800 scale ships like so. And of course, we play MESBG because we have basically every single army in Middle Earth and then some, including the legendary legions. Thanks, Silver Tongue. Appreciate that. And then also too, well here, let's go on back to do I already pass? I already passed it up. Wow. So this is my other system right here, and that would be bolt action because guess what? We have like 17 armies. You sense a theme there. That was the last one that I did. That was the 44 Jaegers, and again we have all kinds of different armies that we've been working on. We've got actually some. This is one of the a photo from one of the battle reports that I did on the YouTube channel, and there is the one tournament army there. There was the Monte Cassino themed 1944 Fulsham Jaegers. Whoops, I already passed up my scene. There we go. So great to see you there, Silver Tongue. And we've got, I mean, we're not just doing every army in Middle Earth, we're doing every terrain environment of Middle Earth. So yeah, Silver Tongue, those would kind of be this again. Now the MESBG, that's the one that is. And now again, I'm not using the new whatever the new changes were. We're not quite using those, just because there was no way I was going to be buying a whole bunch of books again for the third time. Not doing that because well, and unfortunately, the same kind of thing happened with Bolt Action. Not quite to the extreme, but it did make all of the campaign books irrelevant for the most part, and that was my favorite part about Bolt Action. So I know there's the third edition, whatever Bolt Action out there, but we're just kind of taking a pass on that for right now. Maybe when there's a little more, when I know a little bit more about how all the campaign books are affected, maybe that might change. You also wouldn't need to buy 10 books just to play the basic game. You would just need one, and then the campaign books. Because with MESBG, you would have to get the main rulebook, the Armies of Middle-earth, the other, like, replacement whatever thing, and then the Hobbit. You would have to get somewhere around 200, almost 300 hours worth of books. And that's before you start replacing the campaign books. So we said, nah, we'll stick with this for now. Whatevs, good enough. It's not like I get to play ever in tournaments, so I think what was it 2012 was the last Lord of the Rings tournament I got to play in. Let's put it that way. That was two systems ago. So it doesn't really matter. No big deal. So Silver Tongue, I hope that the painting goes well for you. Of course, here it's so many fun advancements. We're able to do so much, even just with the terrain printing now. It's amazing. I've just printed out an entire gigantic Helm's Deep. Yeah, Horns fan. The Hornburg has now been printed out along with basically all of Minas Tirith, all of Osgiliath, all of Medjugorje, all of Dol Amroth, all of Umbar, all of Rune, Fornost, the Barrow Downs, Rivendell, Lothlorien, the Shire, Moria. What is it? The Dead Marshes. Yeah. No problem there, Silver Tongue. No problem. Yeah, great to see you here. still working with the oil paints, and again, we're just letting it do its own thing there. We're just letting that all mix nice and easy. Now, thanks, Cam. Well, I guess that the ornaments that we were doing last night, it was those were very much kind of they were Bob Rossian spacescapes, weren't they? I mean, that kind of well, it was not quite the same. No palette knives were involved, but not palette knives involved, but in the neighborhood. Here, let me get a little bit more of this here Naples yellow mixed with our greens. Now that's probably going to have a little bit more thinner in it, I would say. I would think it would have to have some more thinner in it for sure. Let's do this. Yep, a little bit lighter there. There we go. Ah, yeah, definitely more of that light. Yeah, definitely catch more of that light right up in here. Man, oh man, that's already set enough to where we'll be able to just kind of engage the blending brush here. Yeah, I'm going to go a little lighter here on the upper part of the shield. And also here. There we go. And we'll get some more just going. More light up on the top of that shield there. Now, of course, this was, it does have actually some of the little bit of weathering and cuts and scratches on it and such. Ah, that's fantastic there, Silver Tongue. And of course, Silver Tongue, you know, if you want to share anything in the chat, stuff you've been working on, that is fantastic. Yeah, Silver Tongue, the that capillary action. I mean, even you, it's such a huge thing. And there's been so many times we've seen, you know, the difference that makes, that actual genuine capillary action. There was something I was doing, oh gosh, I forget if it was this week, maybe last week or something like that. And as we like we say, the oil, it can defy gravity. It literally goes against gravity, and it did actually go against gravity. It went in reverse. Oils rewrite the gravitational the gravitational constant of the universe, right, Valfira? Ah, that's what I'm like, wait a minute. Why is that not quite getting as late as what we want? That's because we didn't have the right one. Now we do. And now, yeah, this is kind of the part here that's a little bit more difficult for folks to kind of wrap their heads around with the oil paints inside. Oh, that's not my reference. What am I doing here? Let's get. There we go. There's my reference. Now I'm gonna actually use here again some of this. A little bit of the violet mixed in. Let me see what that's actually Van Dyke. No, that's burnt umber and some of our violet mixed together. Because we want to have a little bit of reddishness to this. Yeah, we might still break out. Who knows? The asphaltum at some point. But this is actually supposed to be more that kind of hardened, polished leather sort of thing going on here. "40 minutes ago, there was no paint on this at all. There was none. Might look a little bit of our skin tone getting on there. Let's do CS. Now we'll wait on the shield. Let's do some of the here. We'll get now we'll get some of this Mars yellow deep out here, and again doing a little bit of dry brush type stuff on the ends of these, on the end of the cloak here, around, working around all the glazy stuff there. Back this away. Now you got to keep. Wow, there's a lot of the green got on that brush for sure. Had to go back, clear that out, reset that brush. And we'll do this here. More. Maybe get a little bit of the orange in there. Same this way here. Maybe I'll get a little bit on that sword hilt. I might stick with the. No. We'll use the Windsor yellow here. We'll use the Naples yellow on the shield there. Let me see. So Grand Orca was the. Oh, it must have been the Series 48, Episode 4, right, Grand Oracle? Grand Oracle, it's so funny because this is this is supposed to be one of those detail brushes, right? But we're using it like a glorified filbert brush right here. It's really crazy, right? I mean, we're just kind of using it almost like it's. Look at that. We've kind of flattened it out. Easier to see. There we go. And look, see, it's got the point there, and then it's flat there. So it is essentially like a tiny little micro filbert, as we like to call them. Grand Oracle, as I was saying earlier in the stream, I've got some messages from Eldritch Foundry, and they're working on the basing stuff. And when I mentioned the casualty stuff to them, it never occurred to them. And I said, well, all you have to do is sculpt 3 or 4 poses. You already have like skeleton stuff, right? I mean, you could make any. And the reason why sculptors don't make casualties is they say, well, nobody wants dwarf casualties, nobody wants this kind of casualty or something like that. Well, what can you do with Eldritch Foundry? You can make them any species, right? Whatever you want to call it. You can make them whatever you want. You can make them a skeleton if you want. You could have a dwarf skeleton casualty. All you need to do is just say, okay, he is just laying face down, or he's kind of like half sitting up against a wall or something. So see you later, Silver Tongue. Have yourself a good night's sleep. I appreciate you being here. Now look at this Grand Orc again. Still using it. Here, let's show you that. So we got this, and then look at that. It's again just like it is a filbert brush almost. Let me me do this here and over here. Also here. Let me see. I think I've got now. Let's see. Was that episode? That was episode 7, right, of our Eldritch Foundry. So we got upwards of about 16 hours worth of Eldritch Foundry tutorials now. And again, the latest one was all about the cloth controls. And yeah, when I messaged them, they said, yeah, that's something that basically nobody knows about, the cloth controls. I'm like, well, I only found it by accident. And now I've been trying to let people know as much about it as I can. It's like you might not want to keep these things secret. It would be more useful if they weren't, right, Grand Oracle? So Grand Oracle, what I'm trying to get them to do is almost to get like the texture roller type stuff, but instead of having to roll out, the Sculpey and break it and carve it and all that kind of stuff, we'll see if they can get it just all kind of size to the base. Is that the phrase we're looking for, Grand Oracle? Now we'll go a little, yeah, here, let's go a little bit more towards this. And again, we are working on, we even got okay, with the slingshot right there. Grant Oracle, well, think of remember I said from the very beginning, I said these are going to be learn along videos because I'm going to be learning it right along with you, and that's been the case. Because in the making of that video, that's when I discovered that as far as the humans go, and it's the only one, it doesn't exist for anything else. You have kind of your African, your European, and you got your Asian. Got the 3 different things going on, and it's only for your humans, not for orcs or even halflings. I thought for sure like elves and halflings maybe. Nope, it's just for the humans. And I had seen those. I'm like, what are these weird different things here? And I would click on them thinking that, okay, maybe that's male or female or something like that. And it didn't seem to really change a bunch. And it wasn't until I really looked at it, I just happened to have it was zoomed in very close on the face at just the right angle. And I went, wait a minute. I think that is something different entirely. And sure enough, it was. No problem there, Grant Oracle. Hopefully there wasn't too much opposition put up there. Hopefully mission accomplished. Not too many casualties along the way. I'm gonna just keep rolling here with some of again, that's our Radiant Violet right there. And again, we now have the pictures of this. They're up on the Instagrams. Be trying to make the showcase video. Probably, geez, I gotta try and get that going before Christmas, but we'll see what we can do there. The Gandalf one is already done, and that'll probably be going up during this coming week here. And of course, we have the Arizona one out there now. You can see we're trying to bring in a couple little highlights there, catching some of the armor. Let's do that here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, and even a little Ah, boy, Granda, I don't know if you got to see last night some of those dry brush tinting things that we were doing on the two spacescapes. Especially with the alkyds, because they set so quickly. With the regular oils, it would be more difficult to do something like that. Well, all in one session anyway, it would be. If you're breaking it up in between session, not so much. Yes, you do not want to be the hasty little hobbit, that's for sure. Nobody wants to be a hasty hobbit. Now, again, I still haven't heard back from those guys. So, there's only so many credits, and I think, well, we kind of have enough of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears to last us a little bit. That's and of course we have an Armada Monday coming up, so I was hoping to use the last few credits to try and create a Cylon base star. Let's see if that can happen. I don't know. I'm not so sure because it has to again be two different parts, so it's going to take a minimum. If everything goes absolutely right, it's still going to take 70 credits and then a bunch of redos. Because remember, you get the one render and then you get 4 redos. And then, of course, it'll have to be reconstructed in the slicer too. And printed out in separate pieces and then assembled together. I'll leave that alone. I'll leave that. We are going to try to get some of the umber there on the sword hilt. Now on the horse. Again, using our little micro dry brush here. Teensy little micro dry brush. And there we go. Now here it did a really nice job on the knotwork. I was really surprised. Other times, again, it does not do such a great job on the knotwork. Now sometimes it is a really, 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 really bad job on the knotwork. I'm going to take you and some of that. And right there. Okay. More, there we are. And you know, I might get some more of the weight in there too, yeah. On the head of the horsey right there. Might even throw a little more of our really light stuff in the hair. A little something here. And then some over here. You know what? Let me get some of the violet over into this so it's not too much of a blue. So it's kind of a blue-ish thing. Oh, look at this, Landris. A little bit of Sky Earth is going to be happening here on the shield boss like usual. Really like doing that on the shield boss. It's kind of fun doing that. Taking this and now more of the sky blue. I'm going to do a little blending brush on all of that, and we're going to create, there we are. We want a different horizon, so we're going to maybe create trees or some kind of battlefield, whatever on there. Now down here, there we go. We use this brown down here, like you do. Yeah, I should probably do this. Yeah, we'll do this on the top section here. Bring up a little bit more of it up there. Yeah, oh, and definitely on the top section of the shield here. I mean, like a whole bunch more of the white and the blue together. Like you do. Now we need some of that down here. Reflection there. And this. I'm going to go back to the sky blue and some of that to change up that shield boss just a little. You know what? I'm going to give me a little bit of the Prussian blue on there too. Also over there and on that side. Not looking to necessarily change the value on that. Where you hiding? There you are. Might almost be time to break out a new liner brush here. This one, it's seen a lot of action. It's might have to be retired from frontline service. It is getting chewed up pretty good. That's for sure. Get our light over there, and here, we can still go lighter than this. And of course, we don't have our fast mat white out there. That's kind of an hour 3 sort of thing. We're just about at hour 1 right now. And that's almost going to be a bit like a skin tone there. And we'll do some of that over on this side now. How much lighter can we get? Wait a little bit more here. There. Is there a... Yeah, let me try to get a little highlight on that. Oh yeah, definitely on the edge of the shoulders there. Trying to start thinking about, again, there's the two horsey designs here. We might get some gold-ish inlay there too. Oh, you know what we need? Here, let me maybe grab a little bit of that crimson. Whoops. That's a little too crimson right there. Let's get some Terra Rosa. There we go. Let's have at least a little Terra Rosa in there. And now some of it there. And just trying to work that into our shadow areas. Also over the eyes here. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Mto is just shared. Everybody give Mto a follow. So now Mto is what's the latest thing that you've been painting there? working on miniatures wise. Try, yeah, here, let me, that right up this away. There we are. And again, don't want that to necessarily be metal there, which means we can't quite have as much shine and reflection to that. Can be in basically leather. I might even fool around with something that is darker here, instead of just lighter, 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 and lighter. We do need some lighter stuff on the here though. And I might actually, well, we're gonna create quite the lemon yellow here by mixing the Hansa yellow and the white together. And remember, most of these are just gonna be alkyds. Need for this stuff to be as dry as soon as possible. Now, as far as the stream goes tomorrow, I was gonna, there's a couple of things that I was gonna try and get prepped. Among those, the Mouth of Sauron figure for Papal 3D. There we go. That's starting to stand out now. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. As Grand Oracle said, the latest video is out there. Just put it on there a couple hours before the stream started. And that is all about doing object source lighting to essentially make an army take less time to paint. People say, no, 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 object source lighting makes armies take... No, it actually... even just in the we just got to episode 4 on the series, and it's already shown that the more object source lighting you have on the figure, the less time it takes to paint it, because the object source lighting simplifies everything. There is no, okay, what shade of green should this be, what shade of that? It's like, no. If it's lit by firelight, all that stuff is orange. It's shades of orange, and that's it. There's no guessing. Like, okay, do we have more blue in that green? Do we have less blue in that green? Whatever, more yellow, less yellow. That's all out the window. You don't have to worry about that if you got a bunch of source lighting on it. And again, we could still go lighter than this. We also, if you remember, we want to get some of that violet into the hair. That's worked so well on a couple of the other figures. There we are. Also this, and now we'll go to said violet, and we'll mix it. I think we were mixing up with a little bit of the Van Dyke brown as well. Yeah. You might say, well, violet doesn't quite seem right on somebody that's got blonde hair, whatever, but we've used it on a bunch of them already. I mean, our 2 small figures, and then we also use it on our large 75 mil fig right there. There we are. No, 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 that's not quite good. Enough of the violet. I want a little more. Let me do this now. More here. And yeah, there we go. here we are. More of that up in the part of the hair. So again, the darker areas, instead of being a brown or something like that, they're not brown at all. They're actually like this weird muted violet color. Get that out of that brush. You know what? Let me get a little bit of thinner if I can locate where the thinner disappeared to. Probably fell on the floor, so no thinner. We'll just have to use this then. Let me get that. Yeah, this brush has definitely been really beat up for sure. It's not like it's something you gotta just chuck in the garbage, but we'll have to break out a fresh one. Oh, geez, Grand Oracle, I forgot to look and see if the spray cans were back in stock there on Dick Blick. Something tells me no. Probably not going to happen till next week, at least. Maybe even later than that. Being holiday season and all. And I would imagine that shipping anything is not terribly easy. More of my white over here. And there we go. Got these. Oh, yeah, this part of the show boss here. Then we'll hit those rivets. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, well, I guess you and Landress can play a little bit of Tomb Kings versus Bretonians then in Blood Bowl. Well, there. I guess now I don't know if you're going to be printing out a whole entire Blood Bowl stadium necessarily, at least not right away. So get Armored Dwarf. There's I know the last. I don't know how it's been. I haven't really looked at anything that Mini Monster or Monster Mini Mayhem, however they say it. I haven't really looked at any of their stuff the last few months, but I do know that they just kept cranking out all those giant dragons. And then there's some of the Lost Kingdom. That's the other one. I knew it was. I couldn't think of it at the time, but Lost Kingdom also has some giant mega pieces too. You know, kind of like the showpiece thing. So let's see if there's some of that you might be interested in. Because they got some monstrous centerpiece type things. I don't want that to get. See, it's a little too. Yeah, that's gotta get some yellow in there. It's too plain of a white. Don't want that. So that's the hints of yellow mixed with the white. We'll, after a bit, we'll kind of take our Indian yellow and we'll do some of, again, that's that. We call it that dry glazing, where we just take the Indian yellow and, well, just dry brush it over the surface because that is, it's super translucent. Again, sorry about the voice between doing all the vids and the The humidity, even with the even with the humidifiers going, might have to grab me a cough drop here. Also, when we hit that 2 hour mark and we refresh the medicine, may work on some more. This right here. Also here. Is that? I think that okay. That is some white sitting in the yellow there. And we'll just let those mix together a little bit. More of our lighter yellow in the hair. Like so. More here. Hey there, Alpha. Nice to see you back. Oh, Crazy Whip. That sounds very, very good. I think years, and we're talking many moons ago. I think I actually remember trying to make that once. That is a challenging. Boy, those yeah, that is a challenging thing to make, right, Crazy Wolf? There's with the to get the layers and everything in that is not an easy task. So don't want to jinx it though. So Alpha, great to see you again. I hope that your Saturday is off to a great start. Gee whiz, now we're almost 2 hours into Saturday here. Maybe work in, yeah, a little bit more of our light here. And I might come back with some of the darks and the greens as well. And let's see, where are we at time-wise here? So we're at 1 hour 13 minutes, and remember we are working on other figures too. This is not the only one that we're working on here. So we'll break out the other ones too. Just trying to get this to a certain point here, and then we'll let it set like we talk about all the time. You know what? We should maybe start doing some much darker things here. Let's do some of that here, and get maybe some parts of the armor there. Also here. But that's good. Yeah, it's gonna be really yummy there, Crazy Wolf. Boy, that's yeah, not the easiest thing to make, but lots of rewards once that is done. Ah, here we go. Now you can see it's not some like straight line here on the horizon line on the shield boss there. No, not even close to that. And we'll do this here. Darker, yep, let's do that. I want to actually here, let me Nah, boy. I really wish I knew where my dropper bottle of thinner has disappeared to. So maybe I think that's another thing. We'll try to search for that when we go refresh the medicine. Now this is gonna be almost a little bit of a glaze of the Prussian blue up there, just a little smidge of it, and then we'll let that just mix together. And we're doing this here. Oh, well, thanks for watching those, Alpha. Appreciate that. Because obviously, algorithms and such not necessarily favoring the super long content, right? Yeah, it's not really YouTube's favorite thing to show to folks. So appreciate you watching those. And again, they hopefully you've been able to see some of the Army showcase vids. I've got one for Gandalf coming up. It's one of the reasons why I just don't have any of the Gandalf figures here. Everything literally is down in the photo area, including the bust that I did of Gandalf. So that's probably the first time that's been seen by anybody in quite some time. Not on stream, that is. But I keep thinking, Grand Oracle. Remember in the beginning how crazy it was with the oil paints, right? And let's just say there was a lot of people saying stuff about the oils that had nothing to do with actual oil paints. It took a while to start getting the general populace to go, oh yeah, that's not quite how that is. Because, of course, big acrylic and all, right, Grand Oracle? We're just going to have to kind of do that all over again. Now, let's not go too light with this green up here. Let's not get too light with that. And again, we might still bring in some cooler greens as well. I believe the newest, actually this is the episode where we painted this. That is the newest thing up on the YouTube channel there. I think our Corsair ornaments, that'll be the next one. After that will be our Corsair ornaments, probably. I mean, Christmas time and all, it only makes sense. And I actually have some pictures of them on the tree, so that should make for an interesting thumbnail image there. Quite seasonal. Oh, you know what? There actually should be some light right there. Ooh, up here too. And again, less with the yellow, more with a somewhat cooler green. And if we do this, well, look at that. We get that basically blend on the fly right there. Let me try to snag a little bit more of our white. And now this again is a value-wise probably the same as the more yellowish green, but it's got a different, little different color to it. So it's got a more blue in there. I mean, this is up towards the sky, anyways. It may not be sky blue, as in the sky blue, non-metallic there. So no, won't be able to do the cookie streams anymore, Valfira, because believe it or not, this has even less space around it than the old station does. And now it is most definitely covered in too much, it's all of the, whatchamacallit, the printing stuff, Valfira. Yeah, there's resin dust everywhere. So let's put it this way, you wouldn't want to be, you wouldn't want to be eating them cookies. Well, I'm hoping that it is helpful for you, Alpha. I'm hoping that is helpful, and hopefully Marco is also doing well. I think I know the last time I actually saw him in person was one of the last days of Adepticon, I believe. Going to use the blending brush here. There we go. A little bit of blending brush right there. Yeah, Velfira, because, I mean, the other stuff, I mean, there's not much to clean up, right? I mean, it is, you move it out of the way, that's it. But boy, I mean, you know how it is with that resin dust, right? It's very ubiquitous. It gets everywhere. Ironically enough, Velfira, I have to make cookies tomorrow. Yes, well, you kind of reminded me there, Velfira. Not tomorrow, actually, after the stream, I'll be making the cookie dough after the stream. So see, well, there you go, Crazy Wolf. You're doing the baklava. I will be doing the cookie dough. Maybe not for tons and tons of cookies, but for some cookies. Unfortunately, Velfira, that is a no stream zone right there. There's two locations. I'm sitting in one of them, and actually, Kathy's station in the living room is the other one because there's a line that actually, well, it's right on the other side of the wall. So yeah, Velfira, basically the two streaming areas were pretty much on, basically two sides of the same wall. Hey there, Chef. Great to see you again. And streaming on Wi-Fi is, well, that is unfortunately a no-go kind of thing. Yep, that's what you gotta do, Camda, right here. Now again, these, holy smokes. Let's see, where did that go? It would have been super fun. Boy, oh boy. Oh, here they are. That is what I think. Oh yeah, it is this one right here. This would have been super fun to have the oils for, Chef. Not because of the weathering stuff, because of the reds and the golds. It would have made short work of these things. Because again, this is only a tiny portion of it. This is maybe when you see all of these pictures, you're seeing about 1/3 of this giant Mechanicus arm. Now look at those. Your sides of your tanks there, right, with the tracks. Those are actually hollow. There's all kinds of stuff going on. Look at all those gears. So yeah, this is not something like a box with some closed in treads. This is another one here. Look at, there's even more gears and open cockpit on that one. And again, all this crazy stuff, right? Here, Fanchon red, Naphtho red, Windsor red, whatever, and lots of Indian yellow and lots of Mars yellow deep there, probably asphaltum and such. And then look at this thing. That the ray gun alone was about 3.5 pounds. That's just a one piece. Here's another view of it. Oh, well, look at this. You've got a giant telescope on there. Again, another open cockpit. There was 3 articulating plasma cannons on there. Everything articulated. All that stuff moved. That would have been so much easier to have done that in, again, with the oil paints. Would have taken a fraction of the time. Let me see. Well, Valfair again, Valfair. I did cook some stuff earlier. I actually made the chicken. Hey, and Valfair, this time I remembered to make sure that the thermometer was in Fahrenheit and not Celsius. So it worked out way better. Yeah, we didn't have a near inferno this time, Valfair, because the thermometer was set to the appropriate measurement there. Thanks, Chef. Appreciate that. Yeah, those. And again, obviously, people think of oils and weathering, but boy, for me, I said, man, all of those reds, all of those golds, all that open stuff. Basically, Chef, I wouldn't have had to paint all that stuff in so many pieces because with the acrylic, there was no way of getting at a lot of that stuff. So it basically had no choice to paint a lot of that stuff in pieces. So Chef is on a 15 stream. I think, well, Camda and Velfer, are you guys on 30, or are you guys on 45s or something now? You're either on 35 or 45, I think, on your streaks. And of course, Camda, really do appreciate that, and appreciate that, Chef. Thank you so much. Now you can see we kind of reinforced some of the darks there. Now we're going to do some stuff here. We're going to take this here, Tura Rosa. There's our Indian yellow. And we'll get some of this on said horsey here by the shield boss there. Thanks, Elfo. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. That really does help a whole bunch. Because again, all of this stuff that, with our resin, everything that we do, that all comes from all of the generosity here that people show. Well, let's see, Velfira. If it's April, we're in 12. So it's been 4 years, 8 months, or has it been 5 years, 8 months? No, it's 5 years, 8 months. Yeah, that's it. Wow. Well, Chef, hopefully, again, that little extra bit of focus, you get a little bit more done in each session. I mean, that can't hurt, right? That would not be a terrible thing. A little bit more gets done in each session. A little bit of focus going on. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna try some of this. There. Now, this is another place I was thinking about it here. This is as much a saturation slash color difference as it is trying to do any kind of things darker or whatever. It's getting a little bit of this orangey brown in just a few little places here. Again, looking for a different type of contrast. Velfir, actually, I think it might, and we might be able to see some stuff here. Now, I'll bring out the spacescapes from last night too, Velfira, because you didn't get to see. Ooh, geez, we were still kind of in early phases, weren't we, Velfira? Now, it'll be interesting to see the difference between, say, the armor in this, and then on the shield here, right, where we've got the shield boss with the more conventional steel colors, and then all of the more the golds, brass, whatever around it. So let's keep that side going as we do our film. Look at that. Plenty of shading there, right? But we lose the green, we lose the steel color, and we lose whatever kind of goldish type color. And then here, well, the armor and the cloth all kind of looking the same. When we bring back our color here, what do we see? Well, there you go. Boom, look at that. You've got, again, that kind of yellowish brown. Then you got some of the blues. And then you also have that green. And same over here. Let me just grab this. I'll zoom out here. I think this is about, what, halfway through Velfira when we did a film noir on these. Yeah, now, the one on the right, we didn't have any of the magenta in there. Now, let's, one, you can, even now, like at 10%, you can see the magenta in the lower right, and now you can really see the difference here with the cooler and warmer grains. We're at like 20%. We're maybe at 45, or there we are at 50. So big difference, right, Velfira? And again, thanks for the thanks for doing the film noir there. Actually, we're gonna maybe let that set for a sec, because again, we got other ones that we did get a move on here. Let's also zoom back in. So have a good one there, Velfira. Let's get our zoom back in here. It's funny, Alpha, because their pastels are they're not just my favorite pastels. I basically have almost no other pastels besides theirs, so that's why I was kind of excited about the oil paint. Now, Alpho, that was in the early days. I still have them. I might try them again just with some of the things we've learned, because there was really no staining with those Alpho. So we might be able to glean some new information about those. And I might have even used them Alpha in a video like a color theory in oils, and that's probably Alpha the place we would, shall we say, experiment with those again, would be on something like a color theory in oils or whatever, where we're just kind of comparing different blues or different whatever together. Hey, there's surface tension. How you doing? So yep, chef. All of these, just like the Corsairs. So all of our ornaments here. This was freehand on top of freehand because there was no drawing. There was no drawing on these because these are plastic ornaments. So yeah, there was only brushes there. There was no drawing. There was no nothing. There was just painting all of that on there straight away. No drawing, no nothing. So surface tension, if you want to share some stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. Everybody check out some oil painted miniatures by Surface Tension. So surface tension, I hope that you are doing fantastic here on this fabulous Saturday here. Let me do maybe more of a greenish brown cloak here, a little more of the green. On the shield maiden there. So yeah, Elfo, I think it was maybe, it also might have been I don't know if it was a starter set, but it was a set that someone had gotten me. And of course, I think it didn't really have, didn't have indigo. There was no Indian yellow. Not a lot of what would just say that the colors that we frequent all the time here, or colors that we would see as kind of the most helpful, useful, whatever. Let me grab a little bit of again, that's some of our Windsor red there. And of course, Alpha, who knows, that they might work really well doing what we're doing here, right? With this more the glazing type of technique after the lighter dry brush. So who knows, Alpha? They might work really well in that. What would you say? In that kind of that sort of technique versus the original kind of pre-glaze, wiping stuff away. Everybody, check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just posted. I hope that goes fantastic there, Surface Tension. I'll let you know if I have any success with creating that base star file. Again, it ain't gonna be easy, right? Surface tension. It is not going to be easy. People, again, in certain circles, seem to think it's just press a button, right? Surface tension. It ain't quite that way. Not at all, right? Surface tension. So yeah, we're just throwing some of this darker brown out. This is some of the Van Dyke brown for right now. Just get that on this simple little bow right here. That's sort of a half glaze right there. Now remember, this lighter stuff that we put here, that's had quite a bit of time to set. Right, it's been sitting on there a while. Oh, surface tension, I thought it was going to be a more work-oriented party. Yeah, if they want to have anything from their stockings, they have to prep a certain amount of miniatures there, surface tension. Yeah, I thought that's how the party was going to go. Oh, and he also has his little Rohan, his little horsey toy right there. Yeah, that's super hilarious. Again, there's nothing like having the guests contribute a little bit to the workflow right there. Again, they're young kids. It'd be teaching them the quality of hard work. All right, let me get you out of the way. There we go. No, I'm gonna stick with this for now. Stick with that for now. Oh, this is just a bulletin board cork, by the way. Yeah, that's it. Just a bulletin board cork. Not really gonna do a whole bunch with that because it's gonna get the flock over the top of it anyway. Maybe some of our static grass tufts that we made. Oh, look at this here. We're gonna use this is the same sort of thing here that we did in here. Same sort of thing there. A little bit. So this is it's almost like it's a lighter glaze. It's like a mid-tone glaze, semi-opaque. It's actually very opaque by comparison there. Where's our lady here? Okay. Which do we'll use this? We will use this. We're gonna take some of our umbar and some of our red there. Yeah, it's a stocking full of sprues, surface tension. That's it. That's what Santa's gonna give him, a stocking full of sprues. If they get all the sprues assembled and everything, and of course the right amount of time, then they actually get some presents. Again, it's festive. It teaches the kids hard work. It's a win-win-win-win situation, and you get your miniatures prepped. That is also just going to get darker there too. Again, we list, but then we leave these things have a chance to set, and we go back to our first one, which is already underway. Here we're doing the same thing here. This is not so much a glaze as we're just going to really kind of drop that in here. Yeah, that also should be some skin tone, definitely on the hands. And again, these are from Kerr's Look. They're all part of the same release as, this one here. Remember we did that one. Where's our... There's our Theoden right there. That was a couple of Saturdays ago, wasn't it? So Grand Oracle, unfortunately, I had to, gosh, it was maybe 3 months ago or so, not do the last Sword, Lost Kingdoms, Archvillain. There's been some casualties, Grand Oracle. Yeah, to be able to do all the stuff that I'm doing with, the programs and stuff, pretty much had to, I think everything except the Lord of the Rings stuff is gone. So yeah, even Archvillain. I think I stuck with Titanforge Grand Oracle because they had the what was it, the halfling guys, right? And I think I might have stuck with Highland Miniatures because they had the big hats. Those were the only two non-Lord of the Rings ones that I was able to kind of keep going. Now again, maybe that changes if we don't have to have so many different platforms. One of the reasons I've had to have so many different platforms is, well, you never know what the heck is going to work until you actually try it. Right surface tension. You say, okay, this should be a decent platform for this, and then you find out, whoops, that is not such a good platform for, well, anything. But there's only one way to find out, and that's the hard way. Because that's the one with the goose, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, where the the big boss is riding the big goose. Oh, and then what? They're also riding bears, right, Grand Oracle? Or is that a different one that I'm thinking of? It could be. It could be a completely different one that I'm thinking of. You know what? We'll just get a little bit of brown on this little toy right there, and then a little bit of something, something on the slingshot, and then a little bit of something on the skin, and then we'll just kind of leave that at it for now. So the bears were last month, okay. I couldn't quite remember. Actually, I don't even remember which, of the Lord of the Rings stuff, what was people's last release or anything like that. I'm completely lost right now. Well, surface tension, I found a black gate in 10 mil. I actually downloaded all the files, and I was going to basically try to print those larger, right? Just scale it up. Well, that's not possible because I would have to cut all of the pieces into a million pieces to be able to print them out, if you know what I mean. Now, that's why I contacted the same guy that did a version of Helm's Deep and remember the Oliphants, speaking of casualties, yes, the Oliphant casualties. He's the guy. I did some of those, not on stream, but that's the thing we need to do. We need to paint some of those elephant casualties. I might be able to squeeze the elephant casualty on the screen here. I'm not so sure, but I mean, I'll give it a try, kind of, when I'm not streaming, see if it works. But what I was actually thinking of doing, Surface 10, was printing it out in 10 mm, because it actually does fit okay on the build plate, and then essentially printing out a Mouth of Sauron and some, like a Mordor type thing, but print them out in 10 mm. Actually, Horns fan, well, this is going to be, they have to take advantage of this game since they lost last week, right? Now, of course, Horns fan, are you taking any bets on how many downs it takes Phillip Rivers to get killed by Seattle? And by killed, I mean actually killed. And by killed, I mean he will be in 10,000 tiny little pieces. I'm thinking Horns fan, and that's in Seattle too. So if you could have picked the worst team for him to start against for the first time in 5 years at age 44, you would be hard pressed to pick a worse team, right, Horns fan? Now, of course, it was interesting 2 weeks ago when a certain team was the #1 seed in the NFC. Did I not say, Velfera, that was not going to last very long? It was going to be a 1 week thing, and that would be it. And of course, it was a 1 week thing, and that was it. But given the way the things have been for quite some time, it's like, I'll take it. Ain't gonna complain. Thanks, Surface Tension. Well, for him, slow motion, right, Horns fan? For Seattle's defense, not so much. I think they're literally going to be circling around him like vultures. Hey there, Action Surge. How you doing? So thank you so much, Surface Tension. So yeah, Surface Tension. Actually, Grand Oracle. I mean, it's not like, well, let's put it this way. To get him at this size, the original file was so gigantic. This is printed at 2.3%. So if I can print them at this size, I can certainly take like the regular files, obviously no supports on them, do the supports myself, but maybe drop him down to half, right, to get him down to 10 mil. Well, one and a half times, right? So yeah, Grand Oracle. I mean, that could also be. Well, geez, Grand Oracle. Outside of like, I'm trying to think if I've ever actually done 10 mil stuff. Actually, Grand Oracle. I'm liking the sound of this because this way I could print out that entire black gate. Well, let's put it this way: the black gate is maybe like half, one half of the black gate is like three of these wide. This is only 90 mil, right? If this is a figure here, it's not like the black gate, it's more like a black picket fence. I mean, it's not much of a gate. It's not even a chain link fence. MTOW is what I didn't realize is when I had it in the download phase, it was literally like 10 feet high. I'm not kidding. Those things, if you were to print them at 100%, they would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 feet high. That would be quite the massive Lord of the Rings gummy bear. That would be super massive. Surface tension. Actually, surface tension. An army in a stream. Now, that's not going to happen for tomorrow because I can't get those all printed and prepped. However, if I can figure out a way to very quickly resize everything to 10 mil, that could be a very worthy experiment. Actually, that could be an interesting army painting series. Because, we don't have enough Lord of the Rings armies. We have to redo everything in 10 mil because that makes perfect sense. Now, again, we got that little bit of blue up there. That's good to have that. MTEL I mean, I'm not kidding. You wanted to print out some FDM stuff. Actually, now these, look at, there's plenty of content. I don't think the FDM would like this too much. I don't think it would like that very much at all. But yeah, I could just see that in FDM there. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Grand Oracle, about potentially painting an entire army of 30 orcs in one stream in 10 mil? It almost sounds like a challenge. Talk about rapid armies. I mean, it doesn't have to be all one scale for an army showcase vid. Well, and like you say, Grand Oracle, then, I mean, all kidding aside, you could, then something like a War of the Ring type of a deal becomes more, well, kind of an option, right? Because you got the 10 mil. A 6 foot, what was the system, Armored Wolf? Oh, it was Battle of the Five Armies. Wasn't that the original system that GW had? So we just get the Battle of Five Armies system. Well, it probably doesn't have, we'd have to adapt it for a whole bunch of different armies because it's probably just those five. So yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, there, thanks, Grand Oracle. But that could be interesting, right, Grand Oracle? Let me grab some of this. We'll put that in with the color we just did on the lips. Let's see if we can make this a smidgeola lighter here. There we go. Actually, well, Grant Oracle, maybe I do go ahead and just a little. I'll try printing out the one build plate. I'll print out a couple of pieces. We'll see how it goes. Now the one thing is, it's literally just the gate. So I'd have to break out, the foam and some other stuff to create the kind of the mountains that it's built into. But that could be an interesting terrain video, doing something like that. 10 millimeter terrain, which we've done never. Yeah, we have zero videos on 10 millimeter terrain. Well, Action Surge, if you would like to, again, share some of your stuff there in the chat, whether it's Discord, Insta, whatever kind of links that you want to do that with. Why don't you go ahead? So Grand Oracle, I think that came out. Was that before their War of the Ring? Because the War of the Ring, obviously, you put your round bases into the little square rectangular trays. Well, surface tension, your Balrog would be about that tall, and then all your little goblins would be super, super small. Because, we only have one gigantic Moria army. Yeah, I'll see what is possible. It really depends on how this gate thing prints out. And again, if I just print out this one build plate that I already have set up, the only other, well, whatchamacallit, Flames of War is 10 mil, right, Grand Oracle? Technically, I have played 10 mil because I have played Flames of War. Not a whole bunch. I only got to play about 3 games of it, but that's more than none. It's also more than I've played of a lot of other games, so it's a little bit bigger. I forget how many. How many is it? 4 guys usually on a stand, Grand Org, or is it 6 for Flames? Or it's been a while. And most of the stuff I did was artillery stands, and of course, machine gun teams and such. So everybody check out that DM's Guild link there that Action Surge just posted. Go ahead and do that. So again, Action Surge, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Let me work it, a little bit some more of the light here. And again, this figure was made at the same time as this one here, and the pictures of this one are on the Instagram. And again, the main reason why I had these images is that I was working on animations for my Army Showcase vid on Eowyn, and I just liked the images so much, I developed them some more. They went through several more several more permutations, and then I got really lucky, and I was able to get a few decent files. Other ones were just, they just were not usable. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Actually, I have a whole bunch of French artillery. And of course, I think you remember the tanks that I did. And I did a whole bunch of tanks. So yeah, 10 mil. Let's see. The average, so about 1 1/8 inch tall for 28 mil, which means, well, I guess less than a half an inch tall. So again, everybody check out that link that Action Surge posted there. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what is possible. Now that makes a little more sense, Grand Oracle. That extra 1/5 being chopped down there, because again with that, I'm like, wait a minute, that's supposed to be a really big gate. Even at 10 mil, that's not exactly towering over 'em, but or 15 mil, it's not. But that 10 mil, you take that little bit away, that should make enough of a difference. Okay, there we go. I think now we've got our cloak pretty much the right way there. Now this one is 35 mil because I thought I had it. I thought I had it sized to this, so it ended up being more like whatchamacallit, Shatterpoint sized. Yeah, it's just about Shatterpoint size. Look at that, and that's why it's on a 40 mil base. So yeah, unfortunately, it was supposed to be this size. Now again, I will re-output this thing at the smaller size, and it should be maybe a little bit easier to. Oh, I never did the green over here. Let's do that, because I don't necessarily want to take something and have it be like less than 1% of the original. That's a little too much shrinking there. And then again, of course, let me see if I can get these under the thing here. It's a little bit tougher. Uh, we might be doing armies, like entire armies of our Lord of the Rings gummies, instead of just our individual characters here. Then again, there's the Witch King of Angmar right there. And oh yeah, this is Boromir. So that is a Captain of Gondor, Boromir. Oh, look at that. Then there's a Ring Wraith. And there's Saruman. Now, again, that basically the anniversary week, so third week of December, whatever you want to call it, that is when I'll start painting up the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. We're doing a special Sunday stream, by the way, because that will be our anniversary there on the 21st, which is a Sunday. So I was hoping to do a stream then. I think I'll probably still be doing the usual Saturday stream, but probably maybe a Friday, Saturday, Sunday stream with our Lord of the Rings gummies. Yes, I realize it's the holidays and we normally do ornaments, but I just thought it would be very entertaining to do that. I might also do at least one tutorial video. We'll maybe paint up a couple of them or something on a tutorial vid. I'll pick some of them where we're trying to do something really special, maybe with the like translucent something or other, right? To get that semi-translucent gummy bear effect there. So there's I did a Theoden, I did a Eowyn as Durnhelm, I did. Oh, I still have to do Gambling, and I still have to do Hama. Oh, Erkenbrand. Yes, I still have to do Erkenbrand. I actually do have. Oh yeah, and there's Lurtz, right there. Yeah, that's Lurtz. And then there's Bilbo. I also have Tom Bombadil in here some areas. So there's Tom Bombadil. And again, all of these files, the Eowyn's here, the Eldritch Foundry stuff. Now the Eldritch Foundry stuff, that'll be the first to go up onto the Patreon page, because, well, I know those files are fine. I am still making all kinds of adjustments to, well, obviously the Lord of the Rings gummy bears and all of our other stuff. So those files will not be the first ones to end up in that Dropbox folder for the patrons. Because again, I'm really glad I didn't do that yet, because I'm basically redoing all the old ones. So this one, actually, believe it or not, has been extremely painful to try and redo that one. Shouldn't he be walking up to you, Surface Tension, and saying "you rang" in Black speech or something like that, or Orcish? Yeah, that sounds more like it should be that, right? Surface tension. Let me do this here. Get a little bit more of our light there. Not so much on the bow. Not so much on that. Let's get some lighter blue happening here. So yeah, Horns fan. After the 0-2 start, you kind of just thought, okay, well, it's the same old, same old. Especially to here we've seen one, what would you say, coordinator after another come in here pretending to be a head coach. And now again, he's got that. Well, we'll see what happens again. Now we got the Cleveland game coming up here, and then there's the second Green Bay game. That's going to be happening not this week but next week. There's an awful lot of well, and like the Texans, right? Well, let's see and of course again the Indianapolis Colts. Their season started out super great and then started to go not so great, and then it was a disaster. It started out about as good as you could possibly get, and then it's turned into pretty much a disaster since. Cowboys had a brief glint of hope there, and then that kind of went by the wayside. Again, I don't know if Horns fan, if you've seen the Tom Grossi channel there, but his last episode his episodes of Scripted are getting more and more bizarre because the season's getting more and more bizarre. And again, that Philip Rivers thing, that is going to be the most watched game in history, only because people are curious to see if we're going to see a human become a logo on the field. My guess is that I don't know if you probably don't remember the Brett Favre game. That was a game, ironically enough, against the Bears. It was his last game ever. And they were playing on the University of Minnesota field because the stadium was being rebuilt. And there was one point he was face down on the ground, and they weren't sure if he was getting up or not. And that was against a bad team. Seattle is a whole lot better. Let's see. So the boars are from the May 2025. Actually, Grand Oracle. I might still have that Grand Oracle. I might still. Yeah, I think I think it was maybe August or something. Grand Oracle, August or September. So I think I still have that. So yeah, that's it's going to be interesting, Horns fan. Now, let me get just a little bit of the lighter skin tone on here, and then we're going to go back to our Eowyn figure. Just lighten up some skin tone here a little bit, and then we'll let that have a chance to set. Again, that is the advantage of the multiple figures, of course. So we'll set you off to the side. Oh, we also get a little kitty here. Look at a little dude with his. Oh, yeah, that's right. After the Thursday night game, I don't know if you saw that, Horns fan, but it was somebody's birthday, and they actually set up a catapult with water balloons. and they were shooting them from the pirate ship out there in the one of the end zone grandstands there. Yeah, Horns fan, that was pretty wild. So I haven't not I have actually I haven't really seen any of the Dragonlance like just non-miniature versions of them. Now are they kind of like the not what's the who did the it was kind of D&D stuff and it's kind of that sort of weird smushy plastic. Oh gosh, who did? Because Kathy was painting those. Yeah, Kathy was painting those. Here let's go some of this. Let's use it. I think this might just be almost the right guy. I don't want it to necessarily be white here for a little kid here. Looking more for a tan like that. There we go. Something like the Siocast cam, except it was really weird because I tried painting the oils on it, and no matter how many layers of primer I put, the oils did this weird thing where they reacted to it. They were shiny, they were dry. I think some of the acrylic paints also did the same thing. Horns fan, oh my gosh, yeah, Tampa Bay. Ooh, talk about an implosion there, Horns fan. I believe they started out 6-2, and now they are not even in first place anymore. Your Carolina Panthers, yeah, those are in first place, and let me see. Well, your Bears were in first place briefly. They were the number one seed briefly. But the Eagles, I mean, if it wasn't for everybody else being, what they were, the Eagles would also be in trouble too. Something tells me, Horns fan, there's a lot of coaches. Well, did you hear what happened to the Michigan coach? Oh, that's what I meant to ask Velfera. If he heard about what happened to the Michigan coach. So see you in a bit there, surface tension. See you in a bit. I hope that it is a very fun stroll. So yeah, you could have, let's see, Jags, Panthers, Bears, Colts. Maybe not so much, not anymore. Now again, it could all be the opposite. It could be Philip Rivers taking him to the playoffs. Again, if he doesn't die against Seattle, I think that there is an outside chance of that. It's just, will he still be alive? Unlike T.J. Watt after that game. I think that's like the Rice Krispies Bowl or something like that, Horns fan. Yeah, so one team ain't going to have a coach. Yeah, Action Surge, that all kind of went downhill quick. Between Penn State and Michigan, and Indiana, it's been interesting in the Big Ten this year. And of course, we cover it all here on the Wampleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. And look at that. Those standings on top of the APCC, they remain the same with Swampton on top. And of course, the APCC is the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open, even during the game. So as long as you got a uniform and a helmet, you can change sidelines during the game. And of course, the halftime adjustments are the coaches also change teams. So that is how things work in the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. Well, Horns fan, you got that 5-star quarterback that played like a 0.5-star quarterback for most of the season. I would imagine that, there could be a team in Burnt Orange that might be looking for one. Because I think Arch Manning is turning out to be Archie Manning 2.0. So yeah, that hasn't quite gone according to plan. Now, where's my lighter green here? Where's me lighter green? Actually, I should be doing this with the liner, but actually what I should be doing is getting out a new liner brush, because again, I think we are about to retire one of our liner brushes there. It's kind of get a little bit beat up. Little bit beat up. So is this like Seminoles all over again, Horns fan? And that was just 2 years ago, wasn't it? Yeah, that was just 2 years ago with the Florida State situation. Let me work this in right here. I guess the question is, Horns fan, if you are Fernando Mendoza, do you want to go to potentially the Raiders or Titans or Giants? Now, who knows? Maybe the Giants have a new head coach, like somebody named Mike Tomlin. Now, Horns fan, I'm thinking either I'm way behind on my Fansville ads or episodes, but the latest episode I've seen is still the one with the head coach, right? And they're like at his house with the hot seat and everything, and they're like they scored 24 points on us last week, and he says, but we won, and they say by not by enough. And of course, Horns fan, we have gone an entire season now. How many players have we seen featured on it, Horns fan, besides none? Nobody wants to be on there. Nobody wants the Fansville curse, right, Horns fan? Because it's a real thing. The Fansville curse is real. It is undeniable. What was it? Oh, a casual. Yeah, right. The kids ask him how many cans of the soda he wants to buy, and he says, "I'll take one." And the kid says, "Don't you want our quarterback to have a wide receiver to throw to? This guy's a casual." So again, we're trying to mesh together some of our greens there. And again, 2 hours and 13 minutes ago, this and our other 1, 2, 3 miniatures had no paint on them at all. None whatsoever. Trying to get me a little bit more of this lighter green in here. More here. And then he said, the kids say, that guy over there bought 20,000 cans or something like that. And he says, that's not fair. He's he's a booster. Yeah, he was that. And the guy says, salutations. And he's got the big semi truck with thousands of cans of Dr. Pepper on there. Now, I cannot confirm nor deny, Horns fan, that might have been a little stab at Texas Tech right there. I don't know what the guy looked like that gave him the $17 billion to spend in the NIL, but maybe he looks like that guy. Trying to go, there we go. Little smidge lighter on this green right here. There you go. I mean, that would be catching some sunlight, wouldn't it? It is the Wild West out there, Horns fan. Except it's the Wild West everywhere. And of course, there was those of us kind of hoping that Vandy and Navy could actually make it into the playoffs there. I'm going to try and get me a little bit of reflected light down here. Also, maybe we might do some little cut marks or whatever on the shield. They are actually printed in there. More of that right in here. There we go. So yeah, oh, there a little, again, a little bit of the reflected light. Now we got to get some lighter gray, warmer gray down here. Fine, I'm just using this violet right here. Literally using radiant violet. Now we're starting to get us again a little bit of reflected light there. Not a bunch here, because this is not metal. This is just leather armor right here. Come on, there we are. You know what? We'll get a little more on the. Yeah, we need some skin tones on the neck. Here, we'll take this. And it'll be mostly, yeah, just right in here. Nothing super fancy. But that can't quite be that dark. Yeah, let's get our liner brush to do this last bit here. So that can get in there. There we go. That makes much more sense now. Hey there, Danger Clothes. How you doing? Now, Danger Clothes, geez, have you streamed lately? Again, all my stream times keep getting later and later, so I might have been missing you all these times. But if you're still streaming and you want to share some stuff in the chat there, Danger Clothes, please go ahead. Let me take this and some of this. Yeah, I really didn't think that they were going to take out BYU, Horns fan. That did not go well after the initial first 8 minutes of the game or so. It kind of went downhill fast. Now Danger Close, I guess once you've, now have you been able to kind of modify the workshop to really kind of customize things for streaming plus, regular workflow too? Oh, we need to get some more of the hair color on this here. Fine, we can do that. So great to see you there, Danger Close. Well, hopefully you are able to relatively soon get back into doing all the streaming stuff. Nice to see you there, Tundra Crusher. And TC, if you want, again, same deal. You want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Come on, get some of this right in here. Bingo. We'll then try to get some of the edges on the cloak later here too. Yeah, Camta, I was a little bit bummed that it was not quite the right size, because I thought for sure, even some of the gummy bears there at Camden, even those, they'll have to be resized again. They're not quite some of them got a little bit smaller than I thought they were going to be. But, I mean, considering the 2 weeks ago, right, Cam, we had no way of making, outside of Eldritch Foundry, we had no other way of making miniatures anyways. It's certainly better than nothing, right? So everybody check out again, that DM's Guild there, that is Action Surge. check that out. So again, Surge, I wish you luck on all the projects there, of course. And check out the latest there from Action Surge and Danger Close, and also from Eric wife. Eric, how are you doing? Because Eric dares to enter our domain. Look at that. Very brave Eric. So everybody please give Eric wife a follow. And of course, Eric, why don't you post?
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
Why don't you post your Pinterest links in the chat? Now, of course, oh, thank you so much, Mew Biscuit. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to bring the Gandalf thing. Oh, wait a minute. No, we still don't even have. Well, we'll, we'll have Tom Bombadil do this thing. He's like, that is really a weird hat you got there. Yeah, it's bright yellow, and so what's with the yellow boots? He's like, I don't know. I'm a kid's toy. What do you want, man? It's like he wrote a whole story because I was a kid's toy, and he had to throw me in there. So that's why they didn't put you in the movies. It's like, that's rude. Thank you so much for that follow there, Mew Biscuit. Now we are still going to roll on the Gandalf 6. Now hopefully, since we did not have another white wizard do the greeting. Ah, look at that. See? No Saruman, no ones. Yeah, because last night we rolled on the big Gandalf 6 here, and it was Saruman that did the introduction, and bam, it was a 1. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Eric Kenwife just shared. We are doing another one of our Eowyn figures here, along with some others. We've got ourselves some other shieldmen. Even this little kid here, and he's actually got himself a little tiny toy over there. That's absolutely hilarious. Now this one and this one, made these myself. We painted this one up on stream last week, and let me see, 2 hours and 22 minutes ago, we only just started on these 4 miniatures, right? Yeah, 4 of them. So yeah, here we are. Here's the 4 miniatures right there. Kind of doing a little shieldmaiden or Rohan theme right here. I see you in a bit there, Eric. Hopefully the rain stuff has stopped enough, right? Now last night on stream we were doing these here. Let's back out a little bit. There you go. Some spacescapes here. Oh, and ornaments, because it's Christmas time. It's Christmas. We need ornaments. Here's the ornaments that we did last week. It was a very Corsair Christmas. And again, the Corsairs bringing joy to all the little children in Umbar. Again, they just borrow some presents from everybody else in Middle-earth, and then they bring them back home, and the kids are absolutely overjoyed. Actually, wait a minute. Well, technically, we have the gigantic Gandalf that we printed out. We do have that Gandalf. Yeah, normally I have like 12 of them here, but every single one is down by the photo booth. Because, well, guess what? I was taking photos of them because they're all part of the Army Showcase vid, which features, wait for it, Gandalf. Yeah, so he's missing in action right now. Oh, he's off with the Blue Wizards, Camda. Yes, he's off with the 2 Blue Wizards. That's it. He went off to find the 2 Blue Wizards. Nobody knows where they are. Gonna get me some even darker stuff happening again on our shield here. Maybe a little bit darker on the shield boss. Mostly Van Dyke Brown here. Maybe even a little bit under there. Some down in here. Maybe even support some of these rivets with some darker stuff here. Also, right there. You know, in the interior of the shield here, let me grab this. Some of this. Yeah, this is where the oil paints just make life so much easier. So I can just kind of stick this brush back here, and it's already doing some mixing just by doing that. By virtue of that, that is enough to actually get a little bit of mixing happening there. We'll do some more of that in here. Just gonna shove that brush in there. And that's oh, let's zoom back in here. 1 sec. Yeah. So if you're doing that with, say, acrylics or whatevs, yeah, you're going to have to do a whole bunch of layering there, and that's a little bit hard to reach. Or we just literally stick some of our oil paint back there and we're done. And that's it. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, why don't you share some of your oil painting links there? Some of your fabulous figures that you've been working on. Because Doji also does the oil painting. So Doji, hopefully fabulous bakery run already achieved. Ironically enough, Doji, I have to make Christmas cookies after the stream, so I will also have a fabulous bakery run. Yes, I too shall have a bakery run. A little different kind, and not one that I can actually eat, unfortunately, because, well, I can't be eating all the Christmas cookies before they get delivered. Now, that's fantastic there, Doji. We will respect the Umbar here. Also, more of that here. There we are. Ooh, back to this. There we go. And we need something a little more in the shadows of those folds right there. We had virtually nothing. Now we're starting to get ourselves a little something down in there. Well, Doji, in the very first, the only cookie decorating stream that I got to do, we did have the one true cookie. We had Barad-dûr, and we also had the one true cookie. One cookie to rule them, and in the kitchen bind them, or whatever, however that went. I don't remember. It was 5 years ago. Yeah, it was December 2020 that we did the cookie decorating stream. Come on, let me do some of this here. Yep. A little bit lighter here. Come on. And here we go. More of this again. This really light stuff up here. This part of the hair. Let me do this here. There we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. It's, again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. Doji, well, I put out the latest army painting video there, and I was really hoping that that does give a good demonstration of just how the source lighting can actually make miniatures take less time. That oh, actually, Doji, you missed it. So there's been a lot of conversation here. Not an Elrond type of conversation, but there has been a lot of conversation that I might do a 10 millimeter Mordor, or at least like Black Gate type army, because right now at least, the only Black Gate I have that's printable as far as terrain goes is a 10 millimeter version of it. And Surface Tension was saying, well, if you were to print out a 10 millimeter Orc army, given the fact that we did a 30 miniature Uruk-hai army in 3 streams, Surface Tension said, yeah, that would be an entire army in 1 stream. And Doji, that could also make for some interesting tutorial vids, right? Or, well, even an army painting series, because you know how many army painting series are in 10 millimeter? Um, that would be none. And this way, we would also be able to kind of say, okay, here's how do you resize these things in a timely fashion. You know, you got to do the supports and such. Oh, that we could print out a 10 millimeter Smaug. Yeah, print out a 10 millimeter Smaug. He would still be gigantic, but he would be way more reasonable to print out. Like a cave drake could be Smaug. Doji, I don't think when I painted the bolt action French, I wish I had the oils for that. And that would be again, that would be actually Doji. This sounds like it's a must do kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, what do you think? It seems like folks could get a whole lot out of that. Where is it? Oh yeah. Now this is not Alex. This is Alex. This is Chester. This is Alex's buddy, right here. Yeah, that's not Alex the cave troll. Alex the cave troll. He's actually in that case downstairs. Is this Birder here? Who is the actual? Oh, speaking of which, this is one of those Siocast figures here. I think we painted this one up on stream. Remember all the tattoos? Oh, Doji. Remember this? I think you saw this stream, right, Doji? Yeah, that was pretty wild doing him. Doji, I'm all kidding aside. I know we kind of having some fun here playing around, but I think that's gotta happen. That there could be some really interesting information again about the oils and stuff too. And since they wouldn't be Flames of War metal French figures, they would certainly have a lot more detail on them than those Flames of War metal French miniatures did. Oh my gosh, that was insane. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Because guess what? Inganes also paints with the oil. So Inganes, you gotta show those oil painted figs. Inganes also streams the oil paintings. So again, give Inganes a follow while you are at it. So again, now Danger Close, would you kind of be streaming around this time, like before? Because I believe this was kind of your stream time as well. Now, of course, again, let's see. When did I get to sleep? Not get to, but when did I get to sleep? Probably close to like 10 after 10 in the morning. Yeah, that is that. If I'm lucky, I'm getting to sleep before 9 a.m. That's becoming more and more rare, which makes things very interesting. Living on Melbourne time in Chicago has some difficulties. Again, Danger Close. Looking forward to seeing you back into it. Of course, our late night cadre. We keep kind of losing some of our late night cadre, so it'll be nice to get some of them back. Let me work it. There we go. Some of our, again, a little bit darker stuff in the hair. We might have to come back with some of our violet too. All right, I think we're. Let me check my other reference here. 1 second. Now what are we? Okay, so we're 2.5 hours in, and again working on 4 different maids. We're going to set our Eowyn aside, and we're going to grab this one here. And let's start to get some of our lights on here too. First, let me do this. And you do these little, basically rope here. That's what it looks like anyway. Now, yeah, these are from Kerr's Look right here. We already painted some other ones from this release a couple weeks ago. If you remember, we did Grima, we did Theoden, and there was, oh, yeah, look at this, another Eowyn right there. There we go. I mean, it is just, unfortunately, it's just kind of the way of things, how it is played out. Because the streaming schedule also has to be fit in with the filming schedule and then also the printing schedule. And again, now since we've been doing all of the work figuring out all of our different AI stuff, that has also been a lot of extra time. But that's how we have our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, so it's been worth it. We've also learned an awful lot about being able to generate reference images of all types for busts, for armies, for basing schemes, all kind of figuring out what kind of object source lighting you want to use. Well, I'm glad that again you've been able to kind of keep up with a couple of things there. Danger close. Now let me use the white in this here. I don't want that to get too yellowish on the skinny tones. Get a little bit lighter on the hands. Let's go even lighter on the face there, shall we? So everybody again, check out that Instagram link that Nganes just shared. Please give Nganes a follow. And again, Nganes, I appreciate you being here. And of course, happy Saturday. This is going to be a big Saturday here. We've got Army-Navy game. That's just a matter of hours from now. In fact, if it's 2 hours, okay, it's 12 hours. Well, it's 11 and a half hours from now. Kickoff. 11 and a half hours from now. Now, of course, Navy, they had a chance outside. Well, it was a very outside chance of maybe getting to the 12-team playoff. It had been a 16-team. Maybe they might have been able to sneak their way in. Thanks, Nganes. Appreciate that. So, guys, I tried to create some more of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Didn't get a chance to work on the STL file part of it. And still kind of hoping that I can do the Battlestar the base stars. Yeah, the Battlestar Galactica base stars for Monday. So wish me luck there. No idea how that's really going to play out. That's actually a little necklace type thing right there. We're going to start getting some lighter stuff on the hair. Then we'll move on to our other fig. Again, gotta let the paint have a chance to set here. Like you do. And our Eowyn looked just like this, because with the oils, right, things must be messy before they can be neat. We're going to do a little bit of blending brush here. Let that mix with what's already there. Where'd that thing go? Doing this. Oh, by the way, our next painting large scale is, guess what? Gonna be the larger version of this. Yeah, it'll probably be a 2 episode arc because we want to also do the basing on it. And again, there's the shield and everything. So yeah, that will be part of our painting large scale series. Probably be filming that Tuesday. The again episode 1, which will kind of talk about how it was created, kind of a little review on that process, then the basing, and then maybe some primer painting and such. And then getting into again the regular painting on it. Maybe work in this here, a little bit of our dark there around these ropes or whatever. Nah, boy, that sounds, yeah, boy, got Crazy Wolf, that sounds amazing. Actually, get Crazy Wolf if you wanted to post a picture of it in the chat or anything like that for folks to look at and make them hungry, go right ahead. Again, I think I'm gonna be have to make those cookies again after the stream. At least the dough. Definitely won't be decorating them, but that would be happening tomorrow, probably during Army Navy. Come to think of it. But yeah, that sounds very yummy there. Crazy Wolf. I'm gonna grab some of this. Okay, there's our Van Dyke Brown. You know what? Let me try that mixed with this. It's gonna be kind of a grayish brown once again here. Fine, maybe more of the green. Let me see what happens with that. I wonder, more thinner, less thinner? I'm just going to go a little more thinner because, that's it. Yep. Thin sticks too thick and right. Look at that. See how fast that boat, bam, right? It's just boom. No fooling around. Now, oh yeah, here, let's, there you are. I wanted to get a different flavor, lighter green on there. Like so. There we are. Okay, let me get a little bit of the yellow into that radiant green there. That shouldn't be up there. We'll take that a little bit away. Get rid of that. Let me do this here. So I guess I will, I gotta make sure, I gotta remember then to film the process of taking the, 28 mil figs and turn them into 10 mil figs if we're gonna be doing an actual army painting series out of that. And lighten up our green there. Got that little bit of a clasp right there. Fine, I'll just use the Naples yellow. Do we need to? This might need to be opposite. We might need to actually go thicker here because the paint. Yeah, look at that. See, it went thicker and instantaneously we get the adhesion we're looking for. And by thinner, we're not talking about like a super liquidy glaze or something like that. It just has to be a little bit different. Welcome back. There's surface tension. Yeah, well, it's stern warnings, right, from the hound there. Now I want this. So this right here is almost a bit more like what we did with the weight on the Eowyn here. So again, that's that same sort of bluish violet color there. We jokingly call it a radiant cobalt. It is none of those things. Let me do this here and this here. And this here. Also some of that here. Working our way around. Now these are from Kurzlook, the little kid with his little toy. And these shield maidens here, these again are from Kurzlook Miniatures. See you later, Doji. Thanks for being here. So Doji, this Sunday is an important game against Cleveland. They have to be able to win against a team that is in chaos because the next 2 weeks would be Green Bay and then Detroit. So they gotta do as much as they can with. Oh, and they still have to play San Francisco in there too. So they better win this game. They cannot afford to lose this one. Because it's most likely that the two of them will be trying to get one of those non-division winner playoff spots. Now again, should the Bears beat both Detroit and Green Bay, they have a pretty decent chance of getting that division championship. And the way things are going for Philadelphia, they might actually be like a 3 seed or something like that, probably behind the, well, let's see, maybe a 2 behind the Rams. Because the NFC South is a mess. NFC East is becoming a mess. That's kind of all of the playoff teams, especially the non-division winners, they're going to be coming out of the North and West. Spoiler alert. All right, let's get some of our later reds in here. Like you do. Again, nothing super fancy for right now. Get some of our orange into there as well, so that's not doesn't become too magenta-like. You put white in with that red, guess what? It's going to be magenta or pink, your choice. But it's certainly not going to be a lighter red. You need to get some kind of yellow or orange in there to essentially counteract the effect that the white is going to have. Trying to get some of these lights in here, and then we'll pretty much do a little bit on the flesh tone, some on the bow. Now we'll have to set this aside, and again, probably go back around to our original Eowyn fig to again to give this stuff a chance to set. So no more on the reds there. That's the hardest thing for folks getting used to the oils is they just want to keep going on something. It's like actually the better plan is to give that part of the miniature a rest. Either work somewhere else if it's a bigger fig, or just work on another fig entirely. A much better choice. Think of it like green stuff, where there's a point with the green stuff where you just can't really sculpt with it anymore. It's still kind of smushy, but you really can't sculpt anything, any kind of detail in it. Well, that's with the oils. When they reach that point, it's a little bit easy, especially with something like reds. it is easier to kind of get your next application of paint in there. You get back into that too soon, you're probably going to have some issues happen. The umber, oops, oh well. It's not quite what I was looking to do, but we'll roll with it anyways. That's what I was actually wanting to do, was get that into the bow here. And then some of that into the here. Oh yeah, nothing fancy here. I just wanted a few of these to go along with our Eowyn figure. Not this one, but our other one. Let me see if I can take our not radiant violet here. I'm going to do a few little, see if we can do some stuff on the armor here. Perhaps make it look again like there's a little horse inlay in some of the armor, like Rohan tends to have. That is really getting to be a rough brush there again. We might have to, yeah, I think we're going to see if we can't find ourselves a new one of these. Where are you hiding? There you are. And you can see this one has been, we need something dark here. So this one over here on the left has been somewhat modified by intense usage. We're not going to throw that away because we can still use that for doing glaze things, but as you can see, one of these brushes is a little bit more intact than the other one. Sometimes with these brushes, though, there is a little bit of a breaking in period. Oh my god, that's a massive difference right there. Oh man, that will be very helpful. Doing the stuff I was looking to do, man, that's going to make life a lot easier. Wish I had this one for the other Eowyn that we were doing. Our 75 mil, well, now we got it ready for, again, the next one, which is going to be our next painting a large scale. Again, as one of the reasons why I wanted to do miniatures for me. And, well, the figures that I'm doing are just for myself and for the patrons. They're not for, we're not looking to go out on my mini factory and become miniature sellers or something like that. That's not what I want to do. They are just so that I have plenty of raw material for tutorials. There we go. I want to go even lighter here. There we are. You know, that's going to be a little too dark in there. Now that I got this pressure, I can get in there and get some of the light in there that I need finally. That is a whole lot easier there. Might try to do a little, that's not quite the right brown. We'll go with this brown instead. Try to get a little more of the, there. Yeah, I wasn't quite complete there. working a little bit shy on that. All right, now let's see if we can start to do some stuff here on this face. Let's maybe do some stuff on the lips there, some stuff on the hair, solidify that. Now let's do some lighter stuff on the face since that's the color we pretty much have going here. Come on, a little lighter. There we go. See, that didn't quite work out for that eye. We might have to try that one again. That one worked out a whole lot better. Nope. I will make sure we have this on the brush for the lower lips there. Now we'll try and make those even lighter. Nope. Too much of a glob on the end of that brush. Gotta get rid of that. There we go. Where's get some more. Let's see. Are we at hour 3? Okay, we're almost at hour 3, which means that I can also break the fast matte white out on it. One of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to just refresh the medicine super quick, grab a cough drop. I wish I knew where my jar of thinner was. That probably just landed on the floor somewhere when I was doing some other things. No idea where it is right now. I might try to just find that real quick if I can. Even this right here, this is not straight up white. This has a little bit of our bluish violet in it. As light as it is, there's still color in there. Come on, get me some light on the end of that. Break this down. Some more here. Also right in there. And then we'll get our either, well, maybe take some of our Prussian blue, also get that in the shadows, so not just lighter, lighter, and lighter. More folds here in that elbow. Couple of folds there. And we'll do this here. Oh yeah, that should probably be lighter right in there too, yep. Now we've really got our eyes there. Let's try an even lighter skin tone. There we go. Okay, so don't go away. We shall return. We just got to do a few little things here again. We got to refresh that medicine, but now that is also starting to get caught up to here again. That's not the same scale as that, but it is the same as our other shieldmaiden, and of course this little kid right there with his slingshot. That's absolutely hilarious. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. I did manage to find my container of thinner. Boy, that was really buried. That was buried under a bunch of other stuff that kind of fell on top of it, so that'll be helpful. But I need to just put a little bit of thinner out on the palette here, like say here on the white or green there, just to kind of keep it active. Because again, these are the alkyds, and some of it's unlike the regular oil paints, they set up much faster. And that was that thing I was talking about with the, kind of like the green stuff there. Because again, green stuff, it's not a doesn't evaporate to dry. It's a curing process, and yeah, that's a little bit more like what you got going on with the oils. Is more of a curing process, not so much an evaporation, like say watercolors, acrylics, that sort of deal. Trying to catch me a few little whites in there. That needs to be a little bit lighter too. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. I just posted the latest video. You do the Army Painter Pledge thing there. Well, hopefully you got yourself a whole lot of snacks because you got somewhere around 2,600 hours of videos to watch, and that's a low estimate there at this point because you're getting 13 years worth of videos. Yes, every video that I've ever filmed over the last 13 years is part of that. And every month, generally, you're getting about 2 hours or 20 hours of new videos. Generally, somewhere around 9 to 10 2+ hour vids. So yeah, you'll if you want to binge those, you might want to have some snacks handy and be able to get to the bathroom when you need to. Yeah, Camta, it was just shocking when this was way back in the day when I started to realize what you know the not volume of some of the other ones and what it was you were not getting. I was just like, wait, what? It didn't seem to make much sense, right, Camda? I was thinking you're not really getting a whole bunch for your dineros there. You would think people would kind of want to maximize that value there. I got my orange here. Almost kind of the same orange we might be putting on that other figure for the dress there. Actually, well, always remember surface tension with the sleep streaming there. I was like, well, geez, if I can be asleep on stream and nobody notices, just think of how much I'll be able to get done, and I will be totally refreshed every single day. Now, of course, surface tension, we have talked about this before. Exposure to the Necronomicon at a certain point does start to have its impacts, and we know that there are certain people who have again been subjected to the Necronomicon for far too long. Because I do words, right, Camda? Now, I believe it was a few weeks ago. That was the stream. I know I fell asleep at least twice on stream. And I don't mean like, before the stream or getting ready. I mean, no, like actually as I was painting and talking, fell asleep at least 2 or 3 times. It's sleep streaming and it's sleep It's a whole line of sleep courses. Surface tension. Now I would imagine that the sleep streaming phenomenon that could very much be the case on not so much but Monday for sure. There could be a little case of sleep streaming there. Let me get some of this here, a little bit of that there, and now let's move on to the red here. Now apparently, Cam, the Galeri has some kind of new paints or something like that. Um, I don't know if they're supposed to kind of be like your heavy body acrylics, or if they're supposed to be more, say, inkish. Like I have no idea. But all of a sudden, I get an email from right when I was saying I haven't. It's been a long time since I heard anything from Galeri. Now I don't know, Camden. All I know is that the the hard to see images that I looked at, there was something about. I think they're all supposed to be like super high gloss. Maybe they're all supposed to be like candy colors. I don't know. In which case, mm, not going to do too much. So we'll be taking a pass on that if that is the case. That they may be learning a hard lesson there about miniature painting and super high gloss stuff. Model cars, well, that is something that is a very common thing. Miniatures, woof, that's a no bueno kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, even with our oil paints, right, Camden, we're looking to avoid that particular situation. So again, I don't know if that's actually the case, but if it is, then well, what this is, no, don't bother, don't waste your time. Is that something we'd be able to use here? So send those to somebody else that might be able to do some vids with those, like you would want. So so surface tension has made a discovery there. Oh, the Mountains of Madness. That's it. That's it. Right. Right. Surface tension. Yeah, we never did get the lighter skin tone on this area. Let me get some of this, and now some of that. Oof, no wonder we didn't actually be almost easier just to put some like blue woad on that side of the face or something. Let me do this here. There we go. Now let's get that even lighter with this. So near the top of the cheekbone there. We gotta get some lips, the chin, some of that stuff lighter. Start doing some things on the fingers here. Might actually hit the, yeah, some of these might actually come back with our darker stuff as well. Top of the hand. And nothing super special about these. These are as almost to think of them as a photography backdrop or a photography prop. Just like you would put a little piece of scattered. Yeah, they're scattered terrain. Yeah, see, these figs here are literally just kind of like scattered terrain. Just little things to throw around to help make the scene. in some of the photography. I'm thinking, man, let's see. We'll have to see what happens with the hair first before I was going to throw some yellow on the quiver there, or like a yellowish brown. I don't know if I want to do that just yet. Now, some of the fletching here. All right, let's refresh that brush. It was a big old chunk on the end of it there. Now these brushes right here, these are the only, what would you say, expensive ones that we got. And by expensive, we're talking about usually on average about $5 a piece. And you can find them sometimes for less than that. You can sometimes find them for about $4.80 something cents a piece. Maybe during, say, Black Friday sales or summer sales or spring sales. You just kind of wait on Dick Blick for the sales, and sometimes, boom, there you go. So yeah, the again just Armored Wolf as an example of what happens when you have been subjected to this on a near daily basis for, well, it's closer to 6 years than it is to 5 now. Been doing this essentially since April of 2020. That's getting to be real close to, starting to get to be closer and closer to the 6 year mark. Let me do a little bit of our down in there, okay. We'll have to come back to that with our, probably some of our darker reds or something like that, I guess. Ah, speaking of darker reds, I never did get that on the underside of the tunic or whatever she's wearing here, so we'll have to do that too. See, that is where this one can help. Instead of beating up that brand new brush to do this, we'll take our old one, which I mean still has a decent enough edge on it to do stuff like this. Oh, let me do this here. There we go. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, geez, I almost used this for trying to get some of the eyes in there. Let's do here something different there. Also in the hair, we'll darken that down. And then we're talking about a little separation in the fingers here. Doing some of that over here. Also right there. Yeah, there we are. Gotta look in the right direction. To the not Mars Yellow Deep we go. And we got some braids there. Maybe even a little bit of that on the bow here. Start working in some of the hair right here. And of course, we can still get out on the pallet since we're definitely now past hour number 3. Break out ye old fast matte white. And again, just try to keep that particular arrow in the quiver, so to speak, until we've pretty much established enough of our values everywhere. Because once you go to the fast matte white, well, there is no way to get lighter than that. We don't want to be hitting that too soon. Mm-mm. More of that under here. Some of that over here. Ah, yeah, that's going to really help to establish the rope shape there. Yeah, we'll leave that be for right now. Let me do this here. Oh yeah, let's lighten this up too. Okay, fine. Well, jeez, that was way too much thinner there. That would instantly turn into a pin line wash, which we're not looking for. There we go. Just get enough of the thinner out of it. So that's another thing that can be a little more difficult for folks when they're just starting out with this. Is that yeah, they're used to the acrylic stuff with the whole diluting the paint. You can't dilute the oils. You can thin them, but you're also not necessarily doing that whole traditional acrylic style glaze with them. What you're actually trying to do is just vary that consistency a little bit from one color to one application to the next. And when we say, okay, a little bit thinner than what was on there before, it could be as little as just 5% thinner. So again, not something that's like right out of the tube thick versus something that's got a whole bunch of thinner in it. It is not like that at all. Some of that just kind of happens with use and experience. Because it was, well, how do you think? How do you think I learned all that stuff? Oh, guess it was the same way. I just had to keep doing it. And eventually, I don't want to say necessarily second nature. I mean, if you do it this often, well, yeah, it's going to. When you paint for most of the day, every day, then you're gonna get to some things a little bit quicker. As far as again that where it's just okay, whatever. It's old hat. You've done it so many times, over and over again. More of that. No, not the skin tone. I'm actually gonna just grab some of the Windsor yellow slash Hansa yellow. So if it's not the Windsor yellow, which is the Alkyd version, that would be the Hansa yellow. It's virtually the same stuff. Now, okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get some of the lighter that I wanted out of this. So again, the cloth here, right? I'm thinking that our Eldritch Foundry cloth, we did pretty good with that as far as how that flows and everything. course, even our Eowyn there. That's I know to me that's pretty natural flow on the cloth and on the hair and such. Let me do this. Here we are. And yeah, Cam, I'll shoot you a couple of messages after the stream to kind of fill you in on some of the early days. We're talking especially 2020, because when I was just thinking like, yeah, some of this is eerily reminiscent of the early days and some of the things that would be said and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll just fill you in on some of that. Probably maybe tomorrow. Well, later today, because we're 3 hours and 8 minutes into today. Also, we are now less than 9 hours. No, wait, so we're 11 hours from game time. Army Navy game. Sing second. Always sing second. Okay, let me get some of the round here. So we'll take. We got this. I don't want that to be too light. Thanks, Cam. It's kind of a very peachy sort of orange. It could almost. Well, not quite a skin tone, but boy, if you were to take a little bit of, say, radiant violet to or something, that would almost be like a skin tone. Now we got this little tiny dude over here. This is really funny, this little guy here. We're just getting a little bit on him, and then we'll have to, we'll go all the way back around to our original Eowyn one. Actually, no, we'll get our fast mat white out here. That's right, because, well, geez, now we're almost at 3 hours, 30 minutes. Now we want to make sure that we can get in some of our lightest highlights on some places on these figs here. Let's do this here. And yeah, let's get some more of that light here. Oh geez, somehow we got something darker on his hand there. Wasn't sure what that was all about. Alright, sit on off to the side. We come back around to this with some of this added to the palette right here, our fast matte white. Boy, Valfira, there wouldn't be actually, now that we've got some paint on these other ones. Now, film noir on the three together might be interesting, that's for sure. All right, we got our fast matte white. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna just get a little boom. There we go. Just want to keep that thing active and rolling. This is where I was really hoping. Now I got my my brush is in much better condition here, so there's a lot of stuff probably I can do here that I couldn't do before on this shield. Yep, starting to see that right now. Top of this here. That didn't go where it was supposed to, so we'll just retreat here. Oh, look at that. It just took all of about 2 seconds to make that all better. Some more of that here on the horsey. Maybe get some light on that. Also, a couple of places on the armor here too. Yeah, not necessarily making it to look shiny like metal. Or also, you can see we put in what looks like almost a little bit of cut mark type of thing going on there. Same with our, like, right there. Let me do this in here. Yep. Yeah, and this is their fast mat weight here, which just has a little extra kick to it than the Paul Rubens weight. However, you can't really get the fast mat weight anymore because that got discontinued. And the Paul Rubens weight certainly does do most of the work. We just have to do a little tiny bit with our fast mat weight, and that's it. And that makes it go a lot longer. Let me do this here, and then yeah, that might need some of the yellow in there again. But here, let's get some of our highlights here in the hair. Could come back with the Indian yellow. Yeah, now we've got a little bit more action happening in there. Back to again our fast mat weight right here. Oh yeah, right here along the edge of this shield right here. And now let's take some of that away from the edge there. And let me do this up here. Some of that really light stuff up there on that nutwork. Maybe some a little later on the face here. More of that cheekbone there, sure, and let's do that on this side now. I wonder, I'm almost tempted, I think I might need to do a little bit of shadow on the underside. Now well, since we got that there, we're going to have to take that out with a shadow anyway. So that decides shadow there. And yeah, there we go. Okay, that couldn't be that long continuous line of light there. That would not have made a whole bunch of sense. Hey there, Paintwater Smarty. How you doing? Everybody please give Paintwater Smarty a follow. So Paintwater, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat there? Yes, please go ahead and do that. Everybody give Paintwater Smarty a follow. Paintwater also does a whole bunch of MESBG stuff. Now Paintwater, hopefully you're getting again all of your stuff done for the. I guess that would just it's easier for me to think of as Escalation League there. So great to see it. There we are. And again, here's the 3 other ones here. The little kid there, and then 2 other buddies for. And we'll be getting those back out pretty soon here too. Let me grab some of that. And then back to this lady right here. Doing some moonstone stuff there. And again, of course, if you want to just share some of that in the chat so folks can see it. Again, everybody please give Paintwater Smarty a follow. So Paintwater, here's remember the multiscapes we did? Here's well, here, let's zoom out a bit. So yeah, we did these last night on stream because well, it's Christmas time, and I know you saw the Corsair ones because I'm pretty sure you were in the stream when we were painting up these right here. And again, well, there's look at our super fancy ornament hangers right there. Look at that. You don't get much snazzier than that kind of an ornament hanger right there. Everybody check out the Discord link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared. Got some super fantabulous minis right there. You know what? I'm just going to take that. We're going to drop that into more here. Let's do more of that. You see, that's going to be light enough. Oh, it's pretty close. Need that chin a little bit lighter too. Yeah, actually, Camda, there was, oh gosh, it was some kind of a, it was one of the Indian figures, right? One of the goddesses with the multi-arms, and painted that up to look like it was kind of a carved jade. That's one of the, I don't know if it's an On the Workbench episode there, Camda, but it's definitely one of the, it's definitely on the Patreon page for sure. It's not a super recent one, that's for sure, but it is an oil painting one. And again, it was not a, it was some limited run miniature that was just made for basically a tour group that was going to Adepticon, and they got that special miniature or whatever. Trying to get me a little more of the light into there, not too much again. Yeah, Camda, there was a couple, and of course Camda, there's the Cathay stuff. and at least some of it, I don't know what part of it, but at least some of it would kind of have the again that emerald look. We were thinking about doing it for the bases at least, so that might be again some tutorials where you might be seeing something like again that kind of emerald gemstone whatever look to it.
So say we
There
all.
just has not been time to assemble said figs. Thank you so much, Paintwater. Appreciate that. Again, please, everybody, give Paintwater Smarty a follow. Camda, just use that army. Just use the search engine thing, right? And you should just go maybe type in just Jade and see what happens. There might be a few things that show up there, Camda. Actually, I'd be curious what other things show up. That one I think should, but there might even be other ones that I've forgotten about. So thank you so much, Paintwater. Appreciate that. And actually, Paintwater, I just finished printing out. That was the other day. So remember, I was talking about printing out all of Helm's Deep, the biggest piece, and this was the one from Jacob, right down in Australia land there. It took 35 hours to print that one Paintwater. That was a monster piece. But it's all done and ready to go. I think Jacob does a much better job kind of on these mega terrain pieces. Now, is the absolute realism there? They're not meant to look exactly like, the movie thing or whatever for starters, and he's also trying to make playability part of it too. So again, they will look a little bit different from what you see in the movies. But as far as printability goes, they are way more printable, at like orders of magnitude more printable. So that was a pre-oil paint thing. Okay, sorry about that, Camda. Well, that's I think why we were talking about doing that with whatchamacallit, with the oil paints on the Cathay. So give me a little while on that one, Camda, and we'll try to again get you your Jade tutorial. In the meantime, I could try to do that on, say, like a 72 mil fig or something, Camda. For part of our painting large scale series or something like that. At least that way we have something out there. But of course, Camda, the colors and stuff, it wouldn't be any different. Now, believe it or not, the approach would not be all that different with the oils than it would be with that. Let me try to work on a little bit more of our, like there. That is there. I'm just going to really get a whole bunch of thinner there. That was an area where we didn't really get much of our stuff. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. No, 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 not that. There we go. I needed something a little lighter on the upper part of this quiver here, but it could not be too light. Now, paint is paint, right, Camda? I know it's hard to believe that, but paint is just paint sometimes. And again, like with the oils, it's okay, they have dried. Maybe you just you do some stuff with acrylics over the top. As long as they are dry, you can put whatever the heck you want over the top of them. If they're wet, well, then the acrylic stuff probably not a really super great maneuver. But yeah, as long as they're dry, whatever you want to just put some. You just say, okay, I want to just do this one little touch-up thing. I need it to be dry because I need to be able to use it for a game or whatever. Well, you just hit it with the acrylics because everything is dry. Now, of course, you won't be wet blended into the oils or anything like that, but your oils are dry anyways, so what's the big deal, right? Let me see if I can't get a little something lighter on the slingy shot there, and then maybe a few little lighter things going on in his hair. Not like that. Let's get some of the, yeah, a little bit more of the yellowish color in there. And then if need be, we can always come back with some kind of a glaze or something like that. Like our burnt umber here. Like so. You would almost swear this is like a little halfling or something like that with his little slingshot or something. I'm just going to do this, and then we'll just have to let that set now. Let's move on to something else. Welcome back there, Irid. Great to see you again. Hopefully today's stream was great like usual, and well, hopefully the Saturday stream will be just as good. Need to do some of that over here. A little bit. There we go. We're almost. Ah, there it is. That's what was going. Okay, so it's that eyebrow that was going a little wonky there. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal Rules a follow. Of course, Pascal, I know you got tons of very nifty stuff to show folks there in the chat, so please post your stuff there. And again, everybody, please give Pascal Rules a follow. So again, it will be very fun getting to our 75 mil version of this right here. Kind of like it was painting our 75 mil version here last weekend on stream. So again, everybody please give Pascal Rules a follow. Again, Pascal does some really fantastic miniatures there. Well, Camda, that's good. Now, is Camda, is it the, I don't know, is it the normal, like the, was it golden maple type craft brush thing that you discovered there? Let me break this up a little here too. Some of our white there. Thanks, Pascal. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, I don't know if you've seen these yet, but yeah, remember our Lord of the Rings gummy bears? Well, now we've got look at our tree beard right there. That's that one right there. Let's see, we got Imrahil and what's his name? Radagast with Sebastian. You've got Saruman. Look at that. You got Lurtz, Bilbo, Sam. That's Pippin right there, and you've got that's Arwen, Theoden there. Look, there's Ranger Aragorn. There's Grima Wormtongue right there. We got Tom Bombadil. Oh, geez, wow, Camden, that is pretty snazzy. Huh, that is pretty snazzy for sure. So, do you remember the gummy bear, Lord of the Rings gummy bear things that we did on Kathy's birthday? Ah, here we go. So I only have a couple of them here. The other ones are not available here, but we got our gone, and then well, we've redone both of these. So we redid this one too. We have a new Galadriel. I forget which one that is. Oh, it's the one with the vial. Ah, here it is. Yeah. So there's our new Galadriel right there. And wow, look at the that that really did very well. So these new ones are really fantastic. Nice to see you again there, Thranuel. So Thranuel, of course. What case were we trying last night? It was the case of it was the case of the cat and the paint. Yes, it was the paint disaster where the cat walked through the he walked through the wet palette, spread the paint all over the place, and then claimed temporary insanity due to the influence of catnip. And he tried to use that to win his case. Again, the verdict might still be out on that one. Which may or may not have led to one or two, maybe one or two puns, right, Thranuel? I cannot confirm nor deny how many there were, but there might have been a few puns. I was hoping also that I didn't jinx you in your case there, so hopefully things are still looking pretty solid there. Now we're getting somewhere again with our little bit of sky earthy type stuff. You can see we've got it's not just darker there. We got that little bit of blue up there. Everything down here is again we're gonna have some flocking stuff there on the base, but still it should have more like some grays, maybe some greens, something along those lines, and that's about it. Speaking of, here we're gonna get a few bits of darker green here down in some of these recesses here. And again, the gummy bear files, these things, the whole point of these is to make them available for the patrons there so that you can paint along. I was kind of hoping to do this one first so that we would have this reference plus the references you see down in the corners there. We would have those as additional references, and then we do at least like a 2 episode arc on that 75 mil fig. Many important lessons were learned, that's for sure, in creating this one and then some of those other figs, and even the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Those kind of turn out the way they did, Gamda, because of all of that, the initial work, and well, again, a lot of the attempts that sort of failed horribly. Because there were some of them that, oh man, they did not work out well at all. Speaking of green, I'm going to get my chromium oxide because that's supposed to be shiny metal if it's reflecting the sky. And oh, look, there's this big old green thing hanging next to it. How is that exactly not reflecting any of the green on there? Well, there we go. Now we done got some green. Let's zoom back in here. I thought I had zoomed all the way back in, but maybe not. Ooh, I think we could go a little lighter green on this part of our cloak there too. Ah, that maybe catches a little bit of some of this mid-range green here. Let me see. No, not enough. Let's grab our, again, that chromium oxide green. That is very opaque. Now I shall take a blending brush here. We will do a little bit of our tap, tap, tap. There we go. Yeah, that was missing a little something there, but you can see again, I get to start to draw darker, darker as we work our way down that. Now up here, similar thing, but a lighter green maybe. Let me see. Okay, that's about the same value. It does a couple of things. It cleans up there. There was even some little bit of layer lineage right there, but now you don't see it because we've got again the cloak reflecting on there. So green there, and then a little bit of sky slash horizon line over there. Let me do this. And here we are. Let's get a little bit of that lighter green up in there. And now here's another place that we can do a little bit of a cleanup work. And again, tempted to maybe do a little bit of scuffing on our shield here. We'll definitely be doing it on the bigger version, on that 72, 75, whatever mil that is. That is definitely going to get some scuffing up there. And of course, Threnno, as promised, we posted the latest episode of Army Painting Series 48. That's episode 4. It's always kind of neat to get to that point in a series because now you really start to see everything take shape. And of course, I believe it pretty much at the very start of episode 5. Well, we're going to be working with all kinds of different dirty downs. So that's going to be an interesting experiment. The first part of episode 5. And I'll try to get usually I try to have like all the previous episodes in the description there. There just wasn't time enough to do all that. I will do that after the stream here. Blending brush. We need something that is, we'll just use this. A little bigger than what I was thinking, but I just want to do a little tap, tap, tap there. That is it. Some of our very lightest green on the top end of the shield there. Nope, nope. I'll use maybe this over here to fill that in. No, there's that. Okay, good. That's not too much green there. So Pascal, I think I've got, and there's designs I haven't even printed yet that I did after that whole giant first batch of printing out stuff. I think there's close to 30 different characters. Now again, some of them are, I guess you could say, doubled up because you have 2 different versions of Aragorn, 2 different versions uh, of Gandalf there. I'll maybe try to do a version of Theoden. Where is he? Like this. A gummy Theoden in his chair looking all verschmuffled there. I think it didn't. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that at the time. It just I was trying to do so many other ones where we had well, absolutely nothing. I think we redid the Balrog. I remember last night I mentioned that the Gua here was not really. It's semi-usable, but I was really hoping for something a little bit better, so we're gonna try that one again. And again, you can really start to see, right, the that duality there, the reflected light. No, 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 no. Let's get more of our more sky blue in there. Fine, we'll just really try to clean that out. Sky blue or Severus blue, either way. Perhaps with a little bit of our fast mat. Wait, nope. Let me go back over here. Now we'll try this again. There we go. And yeah, you can see how rough the horizon line is. Was whether that's trees that she's walking by, whether that's people, whether that's towers or something, or olifants. I don't know. It could be all of them. I mean, we could paint little. Ooh, actually, how big is that shield, boss? Do we paint a couple olifants there in the shield, boss? That could be pretty fun, especially since we're doing that. You know, if it's a 2 episode arc on that, I just got to remember. But that sounds like it would be a fun challenge to actually paint a couple of olifants in the shield, boss. The one other time I know for sure that I actually painted recognizable shapes in a sort of a non-metallic reflected light thing was on a Land Raider, and it was on one of the weapon shields or something like that. And I actually sort of painted what looked like a hive city or ruined hive city or something on the horizon line. I need to get that a little bit. Can you see? Yeah, I think now you can see that. Okay. Now let me go back to my much larger here. This is it. Yeah, that horizon, there was too much height to that one tree right in the middle of that shield, boss. Now we could. Let me try. Do we have any of our? Oh yeah, we do have some of our. Yeah, we have some of that left. Okay. Since that is the case, I'm gonna. Oh, there. This was our brush that became our dry brush thing there. So this is kind of what we were doing all of our Trench Crusade stuff there. And since this oil paint here, right, it's still curing, this will now cure along with it. So a little bit of a look at that, little bit of dusty stuff there on the cloak, like you do. Some of that down here. Try to get a little bit more of that on. There we are. And we can still go over that. We could actually, believe it or not, we could even wash away some of them. Well, here you can. So I'm taking some of the thinner. I just kind of wash that away. What's happened is that's going to go. That'll get matte real quickly. But what we were doing is just kind of washing away some of the dust and mud there. Do I have any of my fast mat white left here? This is maybe a little tiny bit over there. And well, now we've been doing this for 4 hours, and again, we've been working on 4 miniatures. Been working on this Eowyn, and then a couple of other shieldmaidens, and then the little guy, little kid. And here again, here's one of the other ones. I just want to get a little touch of this blue. Let me try to thin that down a little bit more here. Too light, so we'll use this to dial that back a little bit. Now these figures are from Kurzlook. I think actually I'm trying to think, is it a more recent release? I think it is somewhat more on the recent side. I don't think it's one of those, going all the way, all the way back to 2022 or something. Again, it's probably not the October release, but I don't think it's too far back, unless, again, I could be wrong. When you do this many different Patreon things, and of course, well, at this point, they're all just Lord of the Rings themed. Most of the other, except maybe for Nerixon. Trying to think who else doing so well. I think no, I think I might just also, well, not sure if I canceled the Raging Heroes one or not. A little touch later there, yeah. Now we got this blue again. Let's try some of that on the shield boss, some of that on the shield here. Yeah, there we are. Move you out of the way. Let's see if we can maybe get some lighter skin tones on our little guy. First we'll do let's get something lighter for the eyes here maybe. I'll have to come back and take away some of that. There we go. Now again, to that lighter skin tone we were thinking about. And he kind of resembles a hobbit. And he seems very mischievous doing this. He seems like he's enjoying himself here. Nice to see you there, Silly Moss. Happy Saturday, Silly Mouse. I hope that everything goes well on this Saturday morning for you. Come on, a little bit later. There we go. Let's see if I can get me a couple little teensy eyes on him here. One over there. Where's my, there is some of my, nope, gotta have more, there we are. Oh yeah, here, this whole side of his face. Let's make that a bit lighter, shall we? Well, boy, Army-Navy game gets closer and closer and closer, because now it's almost 4 a.m. here. Which means now we're only 10 hours away from the start of Army-Navy. that is a game that I've seen or at least listened to or whatever since I was probably 5 years old. Now, okay, we got some of our light on there. Let's put you off to the side. Oh, wait, wait, wait. We almost forgot his little pony over here. I almost forgot that. His little wooden toy. I didn't even realize. I thought that was just some kind of weird rock or whatever when I was trying to do the actual print of it. It wasn't until I took him off of the supports and stuff. I'm like, that's actually a little teensy tiny horse right there. A little tiny horse. Maybe we'll do a little bit of that now in the main there. And then we'll just, again, leave the rest of that alone. Now, well, Silly Moss, glad that that worked. I know that was a dicey situation there, not enjoyable thing to go through at all. Glad that is just it worked out as well as it seems like it could there, Silly Moss. Yeah, Cam, I had no idea that was on there, and then I took away the supports, and I thought it was I thought it was a piece of just flat or some kind of whatever, and then I looked at it and said, no, that actually is a little teensy horsey right there. And again, now those are from Kurzlook. This is, of course, one of my own right here. This is just like this one here is also, again, another one of mine. Now, the Eowyn's that we did on Eldritch Foundry, those I know are all rock solid files. So things like this, those will be the first things up on the Patreon page. Probably the gummy bear things will be the next one, and then stuff like this will be the third because I gotta resize things and rework stuff. Again, still trying to learn things. Sailing mouse, that can be, long term, it's not an easy situation, but that's a little still, well, probably even then, still a bit less expensive than other possibilities. So, again, hopefully that is the case. Or it might be a little extra work, but hopefully not a whole lot of extra cash, right? And again, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Now that is too much. We shall just look at it. It's all wiped away. And again, this figure right here, the other Eowyn that you saw, and those other couple Eowyns, those are just part of some of the things that I have been working on the Patreon page. Well, that's good, Silly Mouse. Yeah, that is. I mean, that just sounds like a whole lot of good things there. Yeah, you take the good things where you can. You take the wins where you can, right? So Cam did when I tried doing I think it was the one for Miri, in the Rohan armor. So basically, it was what Theoden's armor from when he was a kid or whatever. That's what Miri had. I think Silly Mouth. Well, it is Christmas time, so of course Christmas time does mean ornaments. We did these last night on stream. Last week before that was a very Corsair Christmas. Again, as the Corsair spread joy to all the little girls and boys in Umbar. Less joy for everybody else, but plenty of joy for those kitties. More of this here, and of course we got this Eowyn figure. We did that. Well, we've done a whole lot of Eowyns here. Tons of Eowyns lately. Part of it is one of the next Army Showcase videos, well, is going to be focused on Eowyn. The Gandalf one, that's probably going to be going up maybe Monday or something like that. Because the Arizona one, that only just went up. Well, this just is Sunday, so it has not even been a week. And again, I think somewhere we have the linkage to that. 1 second. Let me see if I can find this here. I think that is this. Nope, not that one. Here it is here. And yeah, that is one of the showcase videos. There we have a lot. We have what, 4 of them now? Something like that. Whoops. Well, there goes our box. And that was not how that was supposed to go. So here's one of the tricksy one. Okay, yeah. So here, for whatever reason, the new Sauron one, all of the armor is way fancier, but for some reason the cloak is not printing out. I don't know what's going on with the cloak. Now, I think Silly Moss. Now, check out the. There should be the Battlestar Galactica one that features all of the Battlestar Galactica ships that we've been painting. And again, I am hoping that I can create a base star file that I can be painting on stream for this coming Monday. We'll see if we can make that happen. Now I'll leave that darker there so that it looks like some of the mud slash dust, whatever got onto it. And of course that playlist, that's where all of those showcase videos are going to go. So we've got one, again, that's all done, ready to go for Gandalf, because, well, we might have 1 or 2 Gandalf figures that we've done here. Then there's going to be one for Eowyn, there's going to be one for Galadriel. Now, Army of the Dead is probably going to be the first actual Army showcase video, because it'll be the easiest one to film and everything else. So that's going to be our first Army one, and that is one I'll be working on this week. So we're doing armies, we're doing individuals, that sort of thing. So Silly Moss, a lot of the stuff that I've been working on, like those Lord of the Rings gummy bears, all that stuff. Basically been working on that non-stop for at least 11 months, right, Cam, to possibly as many as 13. It's just now, after all this time, finally starting to yield some results that people can see. I know I've been talking about it for quite a while. But again, there was a lot of different things to work out. I think it could be maybe even more than just the year. Well, actually, technically, it's been years, Silly Moth. Yeah, it's actually more than 5 years, really, because all of the Lord of the Rings stuff, it's not only just stuff we painted over the last year. Some of it is things that I've painted as, well, back in 2020. So it might actually be a 5-year project at this point. Much has been learned along the way on a whole variety of things, for sure. So this bit right here, this is another one of those bits that didn't print, so we're just kind of painting that to look like it did. And that is something that, when folks are doing their, the folks that sculpt all the miniature stuff, that sometimes takes more time than doing just the original sculpts, is going through and maybe making those modifications because they sculpt it, and then they print it, and then they find out, yeah, that just doesn't print. It sculpts fine, looks okay, looks really good, but then you go to print it, and it's just a disaster. And that's why those files have not ended up in the Dropbox yet, because, well, until I've printed them at least a couple of times, I want to make sure they're at least somewhat usable. Yeah, Silly Moss, just in the last couple of months, I printed out all of basically Minas Tirith and all of Isengard and all of Helm's Deep. We have a gigantic Easterling city. And by gigantic, I mean we're talking like a 10 by 10 terrain board, filled end to end with Easterling terrain, because Easterlings, because Camul is best wraith, of course. Let me get some of that dark in there. Me use our micro blending brush right there. Yeah. And of course, to get silly moss, so, if there is something that you wanted to post in the chat or anything like that, please go ahead. Do more of this. I don't know if you saw the new Kathy miniature that I did. That's Mel, the halfling rogue. That's up on the Instagrams there. Also, the 10th member of the Fellowship. Trying to get the light there, and now we need to do around that little. There's these two rivetses there, so we're just trying to get around the rivetses here. Almost tempted to break out the fast matte white again. But let me see if I can just do this with what we have. Sort of does it a little. Try to lighten you up a little bit there. No, it doesn't go there. So we'll come back. We'll take some of that away. No big deal. Yeah, Silly Moth, and the newest challenge that just kind of happened during the stream today was, and it's all again by accident, it might be printing out 10mm stuff and painting that with the oils because, well, we really haven't shown that kind of thing. Obviously, we've been doing all of the, the little, our small ships and everything, but that's way smaller than 10mm, right? Our 1/1800 scale World War II ships plus all of our BSG ships. Take this, and a little bit of blending to happen there and also over here. Now a little less light with that green here. Let me get the chromium oxide and some of our some of our not radiant green. Yeah, silly must kind of these last few phases. Well, we kind of hit the last major phase. There's still a lot of things to learn, but there's been a lot of trial and error, lots of trial and error going on. And even just from the first Denethor Army Showcase video to what I did with the Arizona thing, there's just been a huge change. Now I'm going to try to lighten that interior up a little bit more and then maybe even a little lighter right there. you know what? Here, let me. No, that would be too late. Let me go back to the chromium oxide green. Put some of this on there, and then again, a brush that is soft or whatever, like this one, just to do a few little tap tap taps there. I don't know, geez, I don't know if you saw earlier. This was over the summer. We were doing the multi-scapes where we would take one spacescape that had kind of been initially done with just as an airbrush little demo type thing, then chop it into 4 pieces, and then paint 4 spacescapes on one stream. And we did that 7 times. Yeah, did that 7 times. Yeah, it's not easy to keep hammering away at a project for that many years, and there's no guarantee that there ever will be any sort of fruition to it. And they do some of that right here. Where's my Indian yellow again? Yes, that is still active enough. I gotta get some of that Van Dyke Brown out of the brush though. One sec. I think we got it now. Maybe take a little bit of that off of the brush. And again, this is not a glaze. I'm just brushing that over the top, and it is basically kind of tinting, staining, whatever, all of some of the stuff, that yellow. Let me hit this now. Yep, some more there. Get a little more of the yellow right in the center of the part in the hair. Get the Indian yellow, hyper translucent. More of that. Yeah, here we go. And it's not a glaze. We're just brushing it on there. It is so translucent. It looks like it's a glaze. And again, that's not a glaze. That's kind of a thing with the oils. You don't necessarily have to have. Again, just lots and lots of thinner in the paint there. Maybe a little more of that's some of our burnt umber there. And just trying to create some little separate, there's more separation in some of the hair. They're a little more dark right there too. Yep, silly mod, and it required a lot of directional changes too. When I found out, like, okay, so that I thought it worked that way, it does not work that way. So now we have to come up with a whole different way of doing this than what I thought I was going to have to do. That's happened many times, especially over the last 5-ish months or so. Because, well, some folks were supposed to actually kind of give me a little bit of a hand learning some of the stuff, and well, that didn't quite come to fruition. So I was just like, okay, buy all the stuff and learn it myself. Now we haven't gotten any of our lighter stuff on the inside of this shield here. We're just again doing that, right? Taking our blending brush to it here. I think you can see it here. Let me move this away. Nope, nope, nope. Let's get there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. And I think I'm going to maybe try to get a little Terra Rosa in here. Back to a blending brush that's actually going to fit in there. There we are. And again, like all of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears, someone they helped me sculpt the first couple ones, and they were supposed to happen for the rest of them. That never materialized, so that's why the gummy bears have kind of just been on the sideline for quite some time, and yeah, just now have kind of found ways around all of the obstacles to be able to create those. And those again will be available to the folks on the Patreon page, since they're part of some of the tutorials I've got now. The printing workshop tutorial series. One of our episodes again on making the gummy bears and such, that is part of that series now. Yeah, silly mouse. Well, it's kind of funny because again, it's kind of to the point where the folks that were gonna show me, well, now I kind of know a whole bunch more about it than they do, as a result of just having to do it myself. Because when I look at my results compared to their results, and they had way more resources than I did, and by way more, I mean like orders of magnitude more resources than I did. I said, not even on the same planet type of resources. Which is good because, well, a lot of folks have limited resources. Well, it's kind of like with the oils where we mix our own oil paints, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, not getting a Series 4 Williamsburg interference, whatever. I'll just get the pigment powders and just make it, because that's a whole bunch less. And silly mouse, and the stuff that I'm doing, it is so unpredictable because of how the whole thing works. It is very difficult because 1 minute something works fantastic. Like where's my? I can't really easily reach those. Like the Trench Crusade flats, there was instantaneous, massive success with those, and then things went so sideways that I thought there were going to be no more flats after that. I thought it's like, okay, well we got a couple of flats, and no more flats. Remember that, Camda? We literally thought there was the end of the flats. And then the next thing you know, we have like a couple hundred designs, and we have flats galore. But kind of had to be willing to bounce off a whole bunch of brick walls in the process. It seems like maybe that's not quite the way things are these days. People not quite so eager to be bouncing off of brick walls. But sometimes you just gotta do it, right, Camda? Yeah, the brick walls, gotta flatten those brick walls right through. I mean, you got with all the stuff that you're doing there, right? You're trying to bounce off of those brick walls to keep emerging there. What was the other stuff that you found? Sorry that I've forgotten the name, Ken. I think you found another. I just can't think of that brand that you found. Sorry about that. Yeah, that seems to kind of be not quite the flavor du jour, right, Silly Moth? I mean, much like, and again, in the early days of oils, it was, well, you can't use those on miniatures. Those are this, they're this, they're not this, they're not that. Uh, those of us that have painted with oils our whole lives knew otherwise, but trying to convince other people was a bit adventurous. And that's what I was going to shoot you some messages about, Camda. Because the early days of the oils, and there's a reason why, again, we talk about big acrylic the way we do. Now it's kind of just humorous, but there was a time where the landscape was very different. Well, good luck with that 3 annual. That's one thing I'm kind of looking forward to after the stream is at least doing some of my. Uh, I've just kind of labeled it weighted yoga, as in I take the weights and kind of use those for stretching. And then, of course, ye old Pilates bar with the whatchamacallits on there with the bands attached. There you go. That's it. I'm sorry I couldn't remember their 3 annual, just kind of spacing on that. Oh, geez, well, now we've been doing this over 4.5 hours. I was looking up thinking, oh, okay, it's just be a little beyond 4. And again, I do think, mostly because it'll be the fastest thing to prep, and I need some of these for some future vids coming up, would be the Mount of Sauron and some other. We need some Mordor Orkies for actually 2 different videos, so gonna kind of be trying to tackle a couple of things at once. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Linseed Fellowship. And again, that if you want to see this, and of course the Eowyn, this is the newest video on the Linseed Fellowship right here. Again, these are both figures that I made. And again, that is on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel right here. There's no ads there or anything like that, but there are playlists. And the important part of the playlist, well, let's say you want to see, okay, things on Lord of the Rings. Well, now you just go to that playlist instead of having to look around at hundreds and hundreds of thumbnails. I mean, there's thumbnails too on the YouTube channel. But let's say you want to see, okay, the showcase vids, you just, Army Showcase, boom, you will be taken right to that playlist. And again, this is not the only figure that we painted here. We also were working on 3 other ones here. I'm working on 4 miniatures at the same time. Now again, this one's a little bit larger than the other ones because I was trying to scale it. Didn't quite, that's not quite the right scale, but is what it is. Let me try to work this through here. There we go. Now I will be reprinting this smaller. First I'm going to, again, download it again to see if I can download it in that smaller size. And hopefully then it is easier to print out at this size than if it starts out smaller instead of reducing it massively. That might be one reason why the Sauron bear is also having troubles with the cloak there. Couple little, that's too light there. Too light. It was, bam. There we go. Oh, that worked out. I'm gonna do that over here too. Yeah. And of course, again, those are some weathering powders right there. Let me take this, some of our paints. Great. No, I'm not going to use this brush for that. Let me just get this paint out of here first. 1 second here. No, there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. So yeah, Canada. There was a whole bunch of again. It was difficult with the oils the first, especially the first 6 to 8 months or so on the streams. It was kind of like the reaction that we're getting with other stuff now, Camda. So I just did. It just kind of occurred to me now that there was that weird phenomenon years ago. You just imagine kind of the reactions to certain thing. Imagine that about the oils. It kind of seems hard to imagine that now, right, Camda? I hope that's not too late on that on the heel of that boot right there. We'll just maybe do that little bit there. Now, Camda, definitely let me know how that experiment goes, right? Because I mean, that's the other thing too is we hadn't there hadn't been all of the experiment, like years worth of experiments, right, that we've done since. Think they all this just even in the last year, right, Camda? Because I'm pretty sure the Paul Rubens alkyds, those are I don't even know if those are 10 months that we've been using them. Maybe might be getting into month number 10 now. Again, a little bit of, a little something on the rocks there, not too much. Now, again, this is our more beat up uh, liner brush here. We're not doing it with our brand new one that we literally just brought out today. Couple little extra lights here on these rocks, and again, not a whole lot of stuff happening here because there's going to be the foliage. Again, a few little some of our homemade grass tufts, and those are again part of the Patreon page. I've done, my goodness, at least 4 to 6 that I know of. How to make your own custom grass tufts on the Patreon page. Again, it's why oil painting is part of it. There's a whole bunch of acrylic stuff. There's terrain. There's basing of all kinds. There's even how to take your the FDM supports, those tree supports, and quite literally turn them into, well, terrain trees. Instead of just chucking them in the garbage and having maybe potentially several spools worth of filament just go into the garbage unused. That was the reason why I did that. I just saw how much of the stuff I was throwing away, and I said, well, how's about we see if we can't use some of that and actually make terrain out of it, as in like trees, instead of printing more trees. Because guess what makes it, what needs a lot of support is printing trees. So you almost print out 2 trees to have 1 tree. That's how much support filament you're using. Or you just take like all that Helm's Deep stuff. I've got some basically parts of trees now that are almost a foot tall. So everybody check out the link there that Camda just posted. That's the tri-art stuff, and again, they're kind of it's a new little paint experiment that Camda is going to conduct there. And again, some of your like the original artificial pigments and why it's French ultramarine blue as opposed to German ultramarine blue. Only because somebody they both kind of made the discovery at the same time, or maybe the German was a little bit earlier. No, just didn't do the patent thing. and that's why it's called that. And of course, things like caput mortem. There we are. Tiny little bit of our lighter green here. Maybe a touch of it on that. Until too late. So we're going to retreat here. No, I need more thinner on that. More thin. Ah, there we go. Let us try this here. Ah, there we are. So in just about 30 seconds, we're going to line up a whole bunch of fours here. It's going to be 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds that we've been painting 4 miniatures. Look at that. That's a whole bunch of fours right there. That is a whole bunch of fours. And again, we will be right back at this. Not that many hours from now. Because, yes, we'll be doing our usual Saturday stream. And there we go. A whole bunch of fours, Camden Cinemas. Normally, I remember when it's, oh, what do we call the 5-3s? We call them the Cinco Tres there. Yeah, the Cinco Tres. This is the Cinco Cuatro. There you go. Actually, no, this is the 6. That's right. That's a whole bunch of fours piled in there. Well, now we're getting mighty close to 5 hours doing this. And again, that shield is super fun. And we will be doing, again, a large scale, or painting large scale. Look at that. That's it's going to be really fun. I'm tempted to try and paint some oliphants. So you can see right there, right, the horizon line that's reflected in the shield boss. Doing that on this one here, we might try to paint something kind of interesting and fancy. And then, of course, too, we'll try to get the horse head stuff right on the armor and down here too. Touch of the lighter green here. Let me get some of that. Right, they're not really doing the texture on the robe thing here. That's I mean, if we really feel like it, we could do that on the larger one. Do some, or do freehand on there. Again, if it's gonna be a multi-part episode. Actually, Okamda, maybe. I was just wondering, maybe I should wait to see if those green stuff world oil paint markers show up. Well, they're not oil paint markers. They say you can put oil paint in them. They're refillable markers or something like that. They were shipped, so again, it could be a little while before they get here. So I might just well, if I'm doing the first episode, and it's gonna be again at least a 2-part series on that figure. The Guinevere one was 3 parts, I think. Let me see if I can't sneak in a little touch of it right on there. There we go. Okay, that is good enough. Can I get any more light on the underside of that? I wonder with the horizon line here. We need something. We kind of have there's the Prussian blue, and then there's like the really light stuff. I need something in between that. Let me see if this here. I think that still might be a little too dark. That's getting close to more of a of a transitionary color there instead of just super dark and then, well, almost white. Here's my brush again. Well, of course, as always, appreciate everybody being in here. And of course, well, there's Armored Wolf subjecting himself to the Necronomicon again for hours at a time. And of course, appreciate you being here, Camda and Silimas. We're doing, yeah, let's get some of this up in here. A little bit of the shadow right there. Oh boy, that sounds really good, Armored Wolf. That was one of my faves. Yeah, well, Kathy and I we've kind of fought over all this stuff. I still got to make some macaroons there, Armored Wolf. I got to figure out how to do those. I know that they're not the easiest thing to make, and Charity's been making those for years. And again, thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Now, here, let's not forget. Or, wait a minute. Oh, we did do little eyes. Oh, we got to get the lighter skin. Wait a minute. Time out. Time out here. Let's get the lightest skin tones on the little guy here. Somehow that just never happened. Even lighter, I say. Come on, there we go. Let's try this again. His little fingers here. Yeah, trying to get that just right. That is not an easy thing, right, Thranuel? Let me get to, there we go. A little bit of the pinkish stuff there. Back to the later skin tone again. One more time here. Add a little bit of light on the here. A little bit of some on the slingshot there, just to get something lighter. A little something darker now on said slingshot. Maybe a little something darker on the hair too. That will help make the skin look a little lighter by default. Now on here. Gonna try to do a little more sculpting of the hair. And again, now these figures, these are from Kerr's Look right here. We never actually did grab any of the magenta. Let me try to do a little something with that. And then something lighter over the top of that. Now we have this brush. Yeah, that helps. Some of that magenta in the cheeks. Maybe some of it down here on the hands like we've done before. There we go. So again, around about 5 hours we've been doing this. And we've got ourselves 4 more figs for our MESBG armies. And as we get back at this, well, again, later today, guess what? More. Now, I really haven't done too much in the way of Mordor figures at all. I mean, outside of Sauron and, okay, Mount the Sauron, that's been about it. guess some of them might be also kind of like Morgul knights, so they can kind of do double purpose between Minas Morgul and Mordor. So I kind of was hoping to do a little bit of two vids with one set of painting. And well, we had a bunch of the raids today. That was we appreciate the raids too. Of course, we had a bunch of those. I think earlier there was a whole there was one when we were just putting down some of our glazy stuff right at the start when we had ourselves a raid. Actually, I'm gonna do this here. Let me not that, not that. This one, just like what we were doing on the original Eowyn here. We're just gonna take this and we're gonna spread some of that into the dirt there. Yeah, like that. So now the edge of that has some dirt and dust on it. Guess what? Same deal here. Whatever. We did this on our Trench Crusade stuff too. There. And where's our little kitty? Just get some of that again on the base in a few locations. Good enough. There we go. So again, I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and also the raids. And again, had a whole lot of fun painting one of our brand new Eowyn's here. Gonna head on over this away. So thanks again, everybody, and of course we'll be right back at it not too long from now. So everybody, take care, and thanks again, Thranul. See you later, and see you later, Camda and Arid. Thanks for being here, and have a great stream too, there, Arid, today.